Care of that. Okay, now there's sound on Facebook.
Oh yeah,
and
that's right.
and Twitch
Buttons.
and the X and YouTube. So check us out. We're live there.
And Twitter and Twitch.
I did say that. And
you said X.
Yeah, right. And now you can hear us. Good morning. Good Friday morning. Hello, everyone.
I do believe it makes the show better when you can hear us, but not by much, if we're being honest.
Well, unless you like award-winning radio.
That's true. That's true. We got a day coming up. Dale Bucks fan on the text line, the carpros.com text line at 71307. Start your text and fan said Clemson and South Carolina have the same new fight song. I'll be home for Christmas. Dale Buck fan, that is a wonderful text. That is a wonderful text.
Except for now, Christmas songs are going to be in your head. I got out of the car this morning singing, well, the weather outside is frightful.
Nope.
Yes. I mean,
Can I ask how many of y'all have already decorated for Christmas? Scratch that. I can ask. I'm going to ask how many of y'all have already decorated for Christmas? Because, and it has never been this way in the 3 years that we have been together. For some reason, on the night of Hallows Eve, the lady friend says, hey, when you get home from work tomorrow, I need you to take down all the Halloween decorations. And I was like, all right, like Halloween's over, sure, I guess, but why? And she goes, it's time to put up the Christmas stuff. And I was like, no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Was it?
No, it's not.
Is it?
No, it was.
Okay. All right.
Let me tell you how that day went for me. And for the record, I loved our day together. Just before I say it, because I'm going to get somebody who's like, Rob, are you really going to complain about her? No, I'm not complaining. I loved our day on November 1st. But let me tell you how it went. I got told, please take down the decorations when you get home because it's time to decorate for Christmas, which, again, let me be clear. No, it wasn't. But yes, it was. So I get home. We got 2 big inflatables in the front yard. We got a Jack Skellington and an Oogie Boogie from Nightmare Before Christmas, to which I said, why don't we just roll those over into Christmas decorations, right? I'll throw a big Santa hat on Jack. I'll put the Santa coat on Oogie Boogie. We'll just make it Halloween. I mean, the movie's got, Christmas in it. She's like, no, I want classic Christmas. And I went, all right, fine. So we took everything down. And then she goes, can we have a date night tonight? And I said, yeah, of course. I will never say no to a date night with a lady friend. All right. It's my favorite thing. I said, of course. I said, what do you want to do? She said, I want to go shop for Christmas decorations. I was like, all right. It could be worse. It could be worse. Yeah, let's do that. Yes, thank you. I am giving myself the award for world's best fiance today. Thank you very much.
I'll be home for Christmas.
Buble?
Just you wait
Dino?
and see.
Come on. Doesn't sound anything.
Frank?
No?
Sammy?
No?
I'm out of crooners.
Think,
Tony Bennett!
there we go.
So I didn't hear it in the first word, but now I got it.
Christmas Eve will find.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I know you can't hear it.
But a bowl game will not. I'll be home for Christmas. Unless I make it to the Bahamas Bowls. Oh, yeah, just feeling it this morning.
Wow, this song is only 2 minutes long. This is mostly the piano. Tony was too old to put too much into it at the time when he recorded this.
Tony Bennett alone.
Well, he's dead now.
Okay, leave him alone more.
Okay, so I'm going to leave him alone because he's dead. I grabbed Tony Bennett on purpose. The first thing that popped up was Reba McEntire, but I ain't playing that.
Don't you disrespect the queen. Reba is what Taylor wants to be.
No country here.
Strives to be.
Well, has Taylor already outsold Reba probably?
Probably.
And a whole lot of other people?
It's probably not particularly close. Anyway, good text, Dale. You sent me down a left-hand turn I didn't know I was going to make this morning. All right. So we went out, and she decided, she figured out her theme. We're going coastal Christmas. All right. It's all like blues and whites and beach colors and all that, coastal Christmas, which I'm fine with me. I grew up on the beach. Sounds great.
I'm not playing it, but there's a version of that with Josh Groban and Michael Bublé.
I'm not mad about that either.
Look at that.
Those boys can go.
Like you'd be able to tell the difference.
We spent on the 1st of November, and again, more than happy to do it. She's not listening right now.
Yeah, but someone is who could tell her.
Correct.
Not me.
More than happy to do it. We spent 6 hours shopping for ornaments and garland and tinsel. And here's the part that got me. We spent that long going through all of that, finding the perfect ornaments and decorations. And by the way, I totally get to participate. I got mine. She picked out the shades of blues and whites that she wanted and was going with the ornaments. I found like little jellyfish decorations. It's a coastal Christmas. I'm all in. All right. Here's the thing. It is now November 3rd.
Did the jellyfish have hats on?
Guess how many of those decorations are up?
0.
Not one.
Why didn't you put them up?
If I had a dime for every Christmas decoration we have hung since we had to go Christmas shopping that day, I would have 0 dimes.
Well, you just made the list.
I've been on the list.
The honey-do list. That tells you have to do that this weekend.
No. Because, and here's the truth, and this part is what I do love, and this is why I told her I want to put it off. The last 3 years we've been together, like decorating for Christmas is a thing. It's like
it should be.
Thing.
It absolutely should be. You throw some tunes on and you get,
We do it together because that's what I've been told a couple of times. So like, Rob, she wants to come home to have you like not decorate, but like set up the tree. You know what I mean? Like move the bookshelf out of the way, put the tree up, have the foundation ready so you can decorate together.
We usually do that on Black Friday.
See, that's what I do.
Yeah. I think it's a tradition that a lot of people's places.
Of the Thanksgiving disrespect.
Right. You got to let Thanksgiving have its.
Let Thanksgiving have its moment. All right. Let it have its time. I'm tired of the Thanksgiving disrespect. That's really all this comes down to.
Then you got almost a full month to celebrate Christmas after Thanksgiving. Well, actually, this year you will have a full month.
It's the how many days of Christmas? 12. Now, I'm giving you like 26 days of Christmas. The song's 12. All right. We got a lot of stuff to get into in the show. That's not that today. If you want to be a part of it, you are, of course, more than welcome to. 844-326-3663 is the number to get on the phones. The carpros.com text line is 71307. Start your text with FAN, FAN.
All right. I know you need to move. You want to move on, but read Joe's.
Joe said, I feel your pain, Rob. My wife puts up 5 full-size trees, all different themes. Wow.
So you're a slacker over there having to put up, not having to put up 5.
I would like
and you're complaining about not having to put up 5.
I would like to uncomplain. I would like to decomplain now. You know what, babe? I love our Christmas. I think our one tree is spectacular. What spectacular? You a live tree guy or fake tree guy?
Fake, because you buy it once and it lasts a few years. You save money that way. Also, pine needles, man, and whatever.
I'm team real tree.
Okay.
I'm team real tree.
Yeah,
but we're not going to be here for Christmas this year, so we're going fake tree this year.
You ever been stabbed in the foot with those needles before? It hurts.
Alonzo, I've had real trees since I was a kid. No, I've never had a tree-related injury.
Well, apparently you take better care of them than I do. Yes.
Apparently. All right. Coming up on the radio broadcast today, by the way, Brian on the text line. Good morning, Big Dog. Good to have you. He's listening out in Easley. Texas, you know what? You know what we haven't done in a while? Let's do a demo Friday. Why not? Where are you guys listening at? Shoot us a text, 71307. Start your text with FAN, FAN. Let us know where you are this AM. You don't have to get like too involved in the show, but let us know who you are and where you're listening.
I need to correct you. You said we haven't done it in a while. We've never done it in this time slot.
That's true.
You need to keep in mind all these things that we've done before. We've never done in this time slot. So it's brand new. We got a bunch of new listeners.
We do.
So, I mean,
Good call, Lonzo.
That's what I do.
So here's what we're going to do. In a moment that Lonzo is going to regret here in a second. Today we'll do a demo Friday. I want to know who you are and where you're listening from. All right. We got Brian and Easley that started this whole thing off. I want to know who you are and where you're listening from. You don't have to go crazy. I don't need a whole life story. Just hit me with your name and where you are. Let's see where we're at across the upstate and across the world this AM. And then go ahead and stick it on the calendar now. We haven't done this in this time slot either. Next Wednesday, I'm marking it down on the calendar now so I don't forget. Next Wednesday is going to be a get to know your host Wednesday. We have not done one of these in a while. It will be a show where for the entire 4 hours of the show, you guys will be able to call or text in and ask of Lonzo and I anything that you want to ask. And unless it will criminally implicate us in something, we will answer those questions. All right? So, Demo Friday, we got Spur Daddy and Duncan. We got Kelly and Campobello. That's how you say that, right?
Yes.
All right. Because with 2 L's in Spanish, it would be Campobello. But I'm assuming that's not how it gets pronounced.
Well, you could do it that way, but
Campobello.
Yeah.
Anyway, Kelly, good morning. Spur Daddy is out in Duncan listening this morning. Good to have you guys. Text us who you are, where you're listening from on Demo Friday. All right.
You could also throw it up on the stream if you want.
That's true.
If you're a streamer.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. Like this one. At CDRDB said, I'm listening in Inman. Don't usually catch y'all. Headed to bed now. Have a good show. I respect that.
Well, looking at his profile pic, he's going into that thing that Darth Vader has that comes down.
Yeah, like enjoy your evening.
Yeah,
DB.
Your chamber.
Enjoy your evening. All right, coming up on the show today, I got a lot I want to get to. Let's start with some college football. CSI Ann Arbor. New details. New details.
Got to get that sound, man. I was busy hanging signs this morning. We need to do better.
I'm not gonna lie. I have been very tired this week, and we got a couple of new responsibilities this week that I've been banging down on and like trying to get the new work routine going. But now, this story's not going away.
Doing a fine job, by the way.
Thank you very much.
I want to point that out.
This story's not going away, so I need to I've got to build the CSI Ann Arbor theme song now.
By the way, April says good morning, ears on in Greer.
Love it. Ears up. Let's go.
Grr.
Ears up. The story rolls on because now people are starting to put names on it. Like Purdue's head coach who said, they were definitely at our game. Literally this year, they were at our game. And then they're like, oh, okay, do you have evidence of that? He's like, evidence, bro, I have it on video, dog. I have them on video at our game this year. And Michigan State's athletic director has come out dropping verbal macho man elbows off the top rope as well. So we're going to get into that coming up in a little while. We've got Victor Wenbayama. Dude, unfair.
Slender man.
Unbleeping fair, this guy. 7'4". Y'all, he is shooting 50% from the floor, 33% from a distance. The guy's got handle. The guy's got skills. Victor Wenbayama.
That is not real.
Put up 38 last night to outduel the Phoenix Suns. He beat Durant straight up and Booker straight up last night. Unbelievable performance out of the Rook. We're going to
wait. I thought Kevin Durant was like the best player in all of basketball.
According to ESPN, he's number 3.
Okay.
Behind Jokic. Actually, I think he was like 6. Doesn't matter. Victor Wenbayama is a problem for the NBA, and I want to talk about that coming up later on in the radio broadcast. Looking forward to it. Coming up at 8:40, we'll have Jarrell Hendricks and John Epps today from Moving the Chains. We're going to break down local high school football. Why?
Wait, no Kevin?
No, Kev's playing golf or something.
Of course. It's cold outside. I mean, did he go someplace tropical?
I got no idea. He just texted me last night at 11:30. He's like, I'm out tomorrow. You got Jarrell and John.
Must be that kind of life, I guess.
I'm trying to tell you. We need that that downstairs flow. You know what I mean?
It's all right. I enjoyed Jarrell. So I mean,
I like Jarrell.
And John needs to get some more respect.
He will get his today because he's showing up. So we got Jarrell and John coming up at 8:40 this AM. And we'll talk high school football because it's playoff week 1. Tonight, I will be out at Nixon Field as the Burns Rebels host the Dorman Cavaliers. Win or go home for everybody.
I saw, apparently there was a game last night.
Yeah, I saw that pop up on Twitter. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah. It was Spartanburg and somebody.
Oh, did they play last
Yeah,
night?
I think Cole
Well,
and the Scramble were there. Actually,
you know who's going to know that? John and Jarrell.
There we go.
840, moving the chains, talking some high school ball. And we'll preview that Burns-Dorman game coming up this evening. Looking forward to being on the call for that. We have got on the radio broadcast today our water cooler cheat sheet at 7 o'clock. 3 biggest stories in sports you need to know. At 7:20, the quad box. I'm going to give you the 4 games in each window for college football that you have to watch, and there are some good ones. At 7:40, the Palmetto preview, where we'll take a gander at South Carolina v. Jayville State, the Gamecocks Bowl, and Clemson taking on Notre Dame, the Tyler and Spartanburg Bowl. Can't wait for that. 8 o'clock, clock in and lock in. I'm going to give you my best bets for the weekend. 8:40, John and Jarrell from Moving the Chains. 9 o'clock is your hour. Whatever you want to get to in that 9 o'clock hour, it is entirely up to you. We got J Money, who is apparently listening from my mother's house, according to this text. Well, keep it down, J Money. She's asleep. All right? You weirdo. J Money said, J Money listening from your mama's house.
Yeah, but it could have been talking about my mama's house. You know, I think
In Ohio?
it's pretty self-centered. Well, it's Florida. It's all about you, Rob. Maybe he's at my mom's house.
Texter
in case
said,
you need to be careful in that neighborhood, dude. You really do.
I feel like Lonzo's mama don't play, is all I'm saying.
Oh, she doesn't. You wouldn't make it in that house.
Texter said, Notre Dame fan here in Greer, not Greer. Greur.
Yeah, I mispronounced it earlier. I apologize. It's Grr.
Grr.
Just think Tony the Tiger has cut off the 8 part.
It's Grr.
There you go.
I like it. All right, let's take a break. When we come back here in just a minute from right now, we're going to knock out the not college football early. All right? We're going to knock out the NBA stuff right out the gate. So stay. It'll be over quickly. Just relax. One segment. We got to talk Victor Wenbayama. And you know what starts tonight in the NBA? The in-season tournament. And I don't care that Lonzo's shaking his head and rolling his eyes. I am jacked up. So we'll talk about that when we come back here in just a minute. I'm Rob. He's Lonzo. You're you. Thanks for listening. Hit us up on the text line 71307 on a demo Friday. Where are you at? Let's get it. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate.
Good morning.
All right.
I would have
April.
hit it earlier, but I missed it. How did it turn down?
That's all good.
Yeah. Look here.
Kevin said, Rob, you celebrate Thanksgiving all the time because you're a turkey. Ha 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 ha, Kev. Ha 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 ha. Hilarious. 5 full-size trees? 5? Golly.
I'm going to knock this whole thing down.
Let's all see how Lonzo pulls this off. Cause I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking. Yo, I'm so jacked about Creed. I don't care what anybody says. Last night we talked 4 more people into buying Creed tickets. There's now.
How's that look?
Good.
More visible now?
Yep.
Okay.
There are now, I think, 13 bros going to this Creed concert together in July of next year. I could not be more jacked up.
Only bros? The women are not going?
Nope. It is all bros. Which, by the way, you're all welcome to join us. It's going to be grand. Trey said everyone I've talked to wants to go to the Creed concert. Yeah, I pulled a favor to get the pre-sale code, so I knew I could get my fellas in.
Wow.
I pulled a favor. I have limited favors. I know a guy. I had to call a guy. All right, so I got a guy. I called that guy. That guy called another guy. There was some communications had. So me and the boys, we got the Creed tickets. And on top of that, on top of getting the Creed tickets,
That's in the wrong place.
I took off the day after the concert. Told the boss to his face the other day, plan on me being out that day. And there are 4 of us who are all meeting at noon. Keegan lives right by the venue. So there are 4 of us all meeting at noon at Keegan's house. We're going to pregame for like 3 hours. Then we're going to go to the venue like 3 hours before the show starts so we can go get we're just all going GA since there's so many of us. We're all going like 3 hours early so we can make sure we've got the best lawn seats in the game. And we're just going to tell you, I've already told the boys, like, plan on spending a couple $100 while we're there. I'm getting the T-shirt.
Can you like walk there from
Keegan's? Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's why we're doing it.
Okay, that helps.
We're going to make his HOA hate him. Then we're going to walk over to the venue and put the blankets down on the lawn and be those guys. I'm going.
So if I were to crash the thing, I could get someone to drop me off at Keegan's or just a neighborhood and I'll walk around till I see your car.
But I'm going to go ahead and tell you now, we are going buckets of 4 Locos in the front yard.
Well, I figured that.
We're going full Florida man, all of us. Even though I am going to ingratiate my boys into the world of the Florida man.
Yeah, I'm just joking. I ain't going anywhere 3 hours early. It's just not, It's not that far of a walk if you just get dropped off at the front of Heritage. I mean, and
Good luck. Good luck.
It's a nice walk.
Good luck.
What? No, I'm talking about out on the main street.
Oh, that's like a mile to the gate.
It's not that far of a walk.
We parked, not even at the entrance. We parked at that first parking lot when we went to see Santana. We missed the first 6 songs walking.
I walk faster than you.
We got there early and missed the first 6 songs.
All right. People get out of my way. I'm like Andre the Giant. Everybody move. And they do. It's like parting of the sea.
Think big.
Yes. Put the hair over the eyes. Look menacing. Although it's Creed concert, that probably won't work.
I'm talking basketball. All right. You're just going to have to accept it, Lonzo.
Nope.
You're just going to have to get over it.
Nope.
You're just got to have to live with it.
Nope. Hot as fish grease, bro.
The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown and the Great One with you on a Football Friday morning. It is also Demo Friday. We want to know who you are and where you're listening from. All right. We want to know where the Rob Brown Armada is stationed this AM. So shoot us a text on the carpros.com text line 71307 and let us know who you are and where you are. We'll give you some shout outs on the radio. Ladies and gentlemen, the entire National Basketball Association needs to be on alert right now because Victor Wenbayama is a problem. Now, we're 1 game in, and I know that we are 1 game in. We're not 1 game in. We're 5 games in. But we're 1 game in as far as Wenby being MVP caliber. Last night, the Spurs knocked off the Suns 132-121. The Spurs are now 3-2, 2-1 on the road. The Suns are now 2-3, 1-2 at the house. So the Suns are like, it's going to take a little while for the Suns to warm up. Get it? Okay. It's going to take a little while for the Suns to get there. Yeah, I know that joke stunk. I agree. Here's what's interesting about this. It really was not a bad game for the Suns. Kevin Durant had 28. D-Book, who is, and I mean this, my favorite player in the NBA right now. I love Devin Booker. This guy's a stud. He's been a stud. And ain't none of y'all wanted to listen to me when I told you that he was a stud. D Booker, 31 points, 9 boards, 13 assists last night. My dude was 1 board away from a triple-double, another triple-double. Guy can go. It didn't matter. Victor Wenbayama, 15 of 26 from the floor, 3 of 6 from the arc, 10 boards, 2 assists. Homie put down 38 points last night. And he's 7'4". Victor Wenbayama is dropping dunks the way that Zion does, and he's got him by 7 inches. He's unbelievable.
How did Zion play last night?
Listen, Lonzo. Rest is important. All right. Rest is important. It is important to every now and then. You just got to give yourself a day.
Unless you're Victor Wenbayama and you don't need rest.
I'm sorry. Did the Pelicans win last night?
They did.
They did.
Okay.
Thank you very much. If you can rest Z and catch that dub, you're fine.
You are at this point used to playing without him. So, I mean, there's that.
I don't need this from you today. All right. I'm having a
You
good
were
day.
talking about Wenbayama.
I don't need that day from you right now. McCollum, 33. All right. Yes, you're right. I'm talking about the Spurs, not the Pelicans. I'll come back to them later. Victor Wenbayama went for 38 points last night, chipped in 10 boards and a couple of assists. He was I've told you before, I love the plus-minus stat. All right. It is not the most important stat in the world, but it is a stat that is important. It's a stat that I like. The plus-minus stat is just your score versus their score while you are on the floor. Victor Wenbayama in the plus-minus category last night was plus 21. That means when Wemby was on the floor, the Spurs outscored the Suns by 21 points. He went 34 minutes. That's incredible. There's not here's what blows my mind. There's not an element to the game this guy doesn't have. I have watched him cross up shooting guards. I have watched him knock down threes. Yo, on the season, he is shooting 33% from deep. Now, that's not like a Steph Curry number, but he's 7'4". He is not supposed to be able to do that. He is violating every basketball rule that you've ever heard of. I don't mean like traveling, although he probably is. It's the NBA. Shut up. I say it before you can. I am saying in terms of the stereotypes of big men, in terms of the stereotypes of the 5 guy, Victor Wenbayama is breaking all of them. This dude is a problem, and he's going to stay a problem. All right. The Spurs are 3-2 right now, and it is the 5th game of his career. The L's they've taken, Luka, who put up what he put up that night, like 42 in that game, and the Clippers on the road. Now, that game was real bad. It was 83-123 was your final in that one. Victor Wenbayama had 11 points in that game of 4 of 10 shooting, but that was game number 2 or 3. Victor Wenbayama and the Spurs have found a little something. By the way, is there a better coach to break this guy in the league than Greg Popovich? Honestly, is there a better coach in the league than Pops? Because Pops is going to be like, look, dude, we know what we can do. Pop's entire legacy is built out of taking good players and placing the pieces around them to get what they need out of the guy.
Yeah, I just hear him yelling, I don't speak French, speak English.
Dude, Pops is the most progressive coach in the game. I promise you he could not care less.
Yeah, well,
he just looks like an angry old man.
He is an angry old man. He's been an angry old man for the last 25 years.
I love Pops. Just as a dude and as a coach, I love Pops.
His voice is turning into Clint Eastwood's voice. It's weird.
I love Pops. I was like, the Pellies had like a 1% chance of getting the number 1 overall pick. And obviously I wanted it because Victor and Z next to each other would have been horrifying with BI playing on the outside. And I thought, this will be fun. If we couldn't get it, I wanted the Spurs to get it because I want Pops to have a farewell run. And Victor Wenbayama, I think, gives it to him. Hey, we're going to talk Charlotte Hornets later too, though, because Brandon Miller, they might have found a little something with BM. They might have found a little something with the young man out of Alabama. We'll talk about that later. You're in no way excited about this in-season tournament? No way. There's nothing about it.
No, because it's pointless. It's trying to get more eyes on the season early. I get the point I guess most people, or a lot of people rather, I shouldn't say most people, but a lot of people don't tune into NBA till after Christmas. And I think they're trying to get eyes on the product early by doing this. But what do you get out of it? Are they going to crown a champion? Does that champion get a trophy? Do they get to raise banners?
Yes.
I mean, that's
the champion does get a trophy and they get to raise a banner.
No, that's no.
So here's what it is. I'm going to tell you what this is. It's 100%. It's a European concept, and Americans have zero desire to accept it because of that. This is a soccer concept, and I'm gonna tell you, these types of tournaments have been taking place in European soccer leagues forever.
It's not about being American or not. It's fake. It's I get you're trying to get eyes on your product, but I don't think it's going to work.
So here's the thing. This is where Rob gets to go existentialism.
It's in the middle of football season, dude.
Everything is fake. Everything is fake. Everything is fake. This is your entire standpoint on life. Everything is fake.
Well, it is a work, yes.
Things only have the meaning that you assign to them, right? Words only have the meaning that you assign to them. Actions only have the meaning that you get to assign the meaning of everything in your life. So this tournament,
I'm going to assign myself the word Emperor of Odyssey. So there we go.
Are you the arbiter?
No.
So,
someone else has that title.
The thought here is that this tournament only matters if we as the fans decide that it matters, right? But I am telling you, you should decide that it matters. It's going to be fun. Why is it bad that we have something for the players to play for?
It starts tonight
from just the championship.
Does it start tonight?
It starts tonight.
You know what's going on tonight? You should know what's going on tonight. High school football playoffs is going on tonight. Also, SmackDown's on fire. There are things. There's probably college football on tonight too. Do it on a Tuesday.
It's not only tonight.
Okay,
it is scattered across nights over the next month.
Maybe I check it out on a Tuesday. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's not really a tournament. If it's scattered, there are other games in between that count towards it or don't count.
There are multiple games throughout. The games on
this game is a tournament game. Tomorrow is not. 2 days from now, that's not a tournament game. But the day after that is. Right. You know how confusing that is?
Not at all.
It's very confusing.
Not at all.
It's very confusing.
It is confusing if and only if you've decided that you want to let it to be confusing as a way to negate it.
All right, Rob, it's not a real tournament. A real tournament happens in succession.
No, it doesn't.
You don't have games in between. You don't.
All right.
You don't.
Okay. All right. Let me address this.
I get you're wearing a soccer kit, and so you think everyone – and I don't even think soccer does that.
Yes, it does.
Okay, all right.
That's literally where this model comes from.
Okay, all right,
If you look at European leagues, they have these types of tournaments that take place. I know. I've been there. They have these types of tournaments that take place where they will have tournament games that are sprinkled into the regular season of that league. So you'll be playing in this league over here, and then you'll have like a game on this Saturday, game on Saturday, and then a Wednesday in the middle. You'll have a game that belongs to this tournament that you're playing in that is a national tournament, or this tournament over here you're playing in that is a European only tournament. And then, oh my gosh, we get crazy. They take the players in the regular season out. They bring them back to their homes to play on their international teams in the middle of the regular season over here. Succession means nothing unless you just have to, because that's your comfort zone. And what I am trying to beg of you people is to get out of your comfort zone. Get out of what you in your head have decided. This is the only way we do this. It's not. This tournament has the ability to be an awesome idea within the NBA. It doesn't change anything. These games are games that count. They still matter. They still count in the regular season.
Will this be around next season? Will this be around? No, it will not. It will
100%.
not. This is a one season experiment. It's going to fail, and it won't be back next season.
Why is it going to fail?
Because no one's going to watch it. If you're watching the NBA, you're not watching for this reason. It's not going to bring new eyes to the product. They're going to look at it and go, okay, this didn't help ratings. So we're going to get rid of it.
Again, it's not taking anything extra away from you. right? Like, that's the beautiful part about the tournament. This is not a side project that you've got to put the NBA on hold. It's literally games that were already scheduled.
I don't know why you're getting so worked up about this. It's not going to work. It's just not.
I'm getting worked up about it because I have so many people, including you, that are dooming this thing without even giving it a damn chance. Without even giving it a chance. You're not even going to give it a chance.
It's kind of like not liking a movie before you watch it. I don't know where I can think of someone who does that.
I don't do that.
Yes, you do.
I might think I'm probably not going to like this, but I don't not watch it.
There you go. I'm just going with the Rob Brown model of thinking.
Listen.
And it's hot in here, and you're still wearing that. You're still wearing that.
Here because I realize the shirt I put on underneath it is one size too small. All right.
It looks good, though.
It does look good.
I mean, people may just look at the shirt and not look at what's
I'm not going to lie.
making it poke out in weird places.
I got out of bed this morning, and I had a real good start to the day, and I put on the shirt, and I felt real good about it. And now that I've, like, recouped, I'm like, oh, no, the shirt's needed an extra X on the out. Listen, give this tournament a chance. Just give it a chance. That's all I'm asking. Give it a chance. Because it is not anything that we're used to. It's not like anything we've seen as far as in any individual sport, unless you are a soccer fan. And I get that new things can kind of throw you off a little bit. Give this thing a chance. Give this thing a chance, and let's see how you feel about it when the finals of this tournament take place in Vegas in a few months.
Oh, we are safe.
Y'all, beer me strength. All right, let's take a break. It's an Office reference. I'm just going to make a bunch of references today that Lonzo doesn't get. Let's take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute. We got some college football coming up. We got Water Cooler Cheat Sheet at 7 o'clock. We got Quad Box at 7:20. We got Clock In and Lock In, my best bets of the weekend, coming up at 8 o'clock. And I'm going to spend another 2 hours talking about the NBA in-season tournament. Can't wait. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. Oh, Jesse, I forgot to build the graph. Damn it. All right, I'm going to see if I can do it in game.
No.
I was going to say, good call. Good call, Jesse. What the world needs now is graphs, more graphs. Was that not on all the way down? Am I dying in this jacket for no reason? No, that's on me.
It won't click on until like 9 o'clock.
I know, it sucks. Be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Maybe 6 feet.
So there's what appears to be headphones laying outside of the engineer door.
The mic.
Okay.
It's a USB mic.
So
It's just on the ground.
yeah, it's on the ground. So it's like, did someone leave that there because they want it fixed? Or is it like some sort of trap? If someone picks it up, they're going to get shocked or something. It's this building. I don't know, but no one's touched it yet. Or is this like, one of those things where you send a message to the engineer by leaving a piece of equipment outside the door? I don't know. Is that you doing? I got it.
Yeah, it's done.
So I finally get my piloting up to level 3 so I can fly this really cool ship. And Cameron's like, oh, yeah, I've been level 4 for a long time. It's like, whatever. It's not a contest, but it is. It's a sweet ship, though. It's set up. You got like, not passengers, but crew members behind you. It almost looks like an Enterprise type thing. You're like right in front and they're sitting behind you. And if you go to the outside view of the ship, you could see them back. It looks really cool.
It's a good looking game.
I think it's glitched though. It said I needed to destroy like 5 more ships in order to get that. And it took me like 15. So like some ships don't count. I don't know. Then the new ship I got, it's sweet looking. And then it has no weapons on it. But that's cool because I can go buy my own weapons and custom
weapons on it.
Yeah, it's there's a mission if you help one of the guys out, he gives you a ship. And he's a shipbuilder, so it's a nice ship. It's got several floors on it, all kinds of stuff, but it has no weapons. But I've got like 90,000 credits and I'm going shopping.
Shout out to Jason in Taylor's, who is listening this morning. Shout out to John in Easley. We're big in Easley right now. Love to hear that. It's Demo Friday. Send us a text, 71307. Started with fan. Tell us who you are, where you are listening from. Little audience survey this AM because I'm curious.
Early risers in Taylor's. I mean, they go get stuff done. That's what they do.
I know that for a fact. I see people every day there are people that when I leave my house, which is done between 4 and 4:15 in the morning. When I leave my house, there are people out jogging already. I'm like, how? What? How?
If you got up a little bit earlier, you could join them.
No, I can't. I can't get up earlier or join them. I'm incapable of both, man. All right, we got a lot of stuff we're talking about this morning. If you want to be a part of the show, the phone line's open for you. 71307 is that number. So Lonzo sent me a tweet yesterday or this morning. I don't know, at some point.
It was probably this morning.
Pete Thamel is reporting that in the Big Ten athletic directors meeting with Tony Petitti, that the most powerful voice in the room was Michigan State athletic director Alan Haller. Now, this is interesting, obviously, because it's not like Sparty's not without its own share of problems right now. They are under an interim coach as they have let Mel Tucker go. They've had their own issues, obviously, with the gymnastics program. It's been not great for Sparty. Alan Haller has been at the helm for very little of that. In fact, he was put in this spot to try to kind of clean up the mess of some pretty disgusting situations there for Michigan State. And he has absolutely taken a leadership role within this conversation. According to Thamel, While it has been rumored that Ryan Day has been the most vocal coach.
Gee,
Shocker.
I wonder who caused that rumor.
Yeah. Haller's message is being discussed the most, as it included alterations and preparation that Michigan State needed to go through prior to its game with Michigan, when he received a call about the videotaping in the middle of game week. Somebody called him in the middle of game week and was like, yo, FYI, Michigan's got your signs, dude. How do you know? They've got everybody's signs, bro.
So what I think there'll be a movie of the week eventually. We're going to find out that Stallions rubbed somebody wrong way. He got too big for his britches, so to speak, and he crossed the wrong guy, and that one guy is blowing the whole thing up.
I'll tell you right now, the 30 for 30 on this is going to be immaculate. It's going to be great. I can't wait.
Do you believe that one man can take down an entire program?
What if I told you? Like, it's going to be so good. Haller's apparently also referenced last year when the Big Ten quickly and aggressively forced Michigan State to suspend numerous players after the tunnel incident in Ann Arbor before the league finished investigating the incident. He expressed the potential hypocrisy of the Big Ten in the event that Michigan would not be punished since they are under investigation, but Michigan State's players were not protected, especially in the situation where player protection seems to be a major concern. Now, this is why this is interesting to me. Because Haller absolutely has a point, right?
Which is why I sent this to you. I thought it's a really good point.
It is.
Because they did bring that punishment down quick.
And part of the reason is what we like to refer to as the Ray Rice effect, right? Remember the Ray Rice story when he was in Baltimore? The story came out that Ray Rice was involved in a domestic violence incident in a what was it, a casino, I think, where he had beat on his woman.
Oh, he knocked her out and then drug her by her hair.
And when that story came out, we were all like, oh, that's gross. And they're like, we're investigating it. And then a few days later, what happened? The video dropped. And when the video dropped and we all had to confront it, it was no longer just words on a page. You saw the hit. You saw the young lady dropped. You saw Ray Rice drag her out of the elevator. And at that moment, everybody was like, nope, we got to do something now, right? Now, it makes sense because, again, you want to make sure that you have evidence before you start bringing hammers down on folks, right? You want to make sure that not only do you have evidence, but that you have good evidence. You want to make sure you have legitimate, provable, empirical evidence. And I get that. And I agree with that, for the record. You want to make sure your evidence is not just there, but you want to make sure the evidence is good. And so the thought with the fight in the Michigan State game was that, dog, we saw y'all do it, right? It's on tape. We got it. Like, here it is. Here's your players going. We got it on tape. Like, we're going to go through an investigation, but you're going to be pending suspension while we do the investigation, right? Here's the thing. You will notice, great one, that at the same time that the Big Ten did indeed suspend Sparty players for getting into it with Michigan players in the locker room, or in the tunnel, I guess I should say. Guess what else happened yesterday in CSI Ann Arbor? Purdue head coach Ryan Walters, who, by the way, plays Michigan this weekend, said, quote, "It's unfortunate. What's crazy is they weren't allegations. It happened. There's video evidence. There's ticket purchases and sales that you can track back. We know for a fact that they were at a number of our games, so we've had to teach our guys a new language in terms of some signals." You have now got, and as far as I know, the first coach that has come out and gone this strong in the paint. But you have now got a coach in the news who's going, yo, not only did they do it, not only are we aware that they did it, we've got them on video doing it. Now, I don't know if they have Connor Stallions or they have some other staffer or they have one of Connor's guys, but he's not going to come out and say, we've got it on video if they don't got it on video. That's a big accusation to not be able to back up. So you're now in a situation where you have already, in recent history, right? It's not like it was so long ago that you can hit on it now going, well, that was a different point in time, or that was a different era of college football. Nay. This is recent. You've got a recent bit of history in which you brought a hammer down on some dudes, and you did it because they had it on video. And now you've got a Big Ten coach going, oh, well, isn't this interesting? Here's our video. If that is the standard, if that is the precedent that you set, that we've got it on video, we all saw it happen, we know it happened, and we don't want it to happen again. So since we got it on video, yes, we're investigating, but we're going to bag you up while we are. Now you've got another coach going, all right, precedent has been set. You came down on our boys because of something they did that you locked in on video. Well, here's their guys, and we've got their boys locked in on video. We expect the same reasoning. We expect the same line of thought. We expect you to handle this the same way. And they have a valid argument. Real valid. Remember, the NCAA can't, based on their own protocols. The NCAA can't. Lonzo, the Big Ten can. It is the Big Ten that is going to ultimately make the decision about whether or not Michigan is going to be allowed to go to a playoff game, assuming they make it. Like I said, I assume Ryan Petiti right now is a big Buckeye guy.
Still, first move to make, you suspend the coach. And you suspend the coach during a pending investigation. Now, does that cost them wins? Probably not, but at least you show you're doing something.
The only win I think it threatens, maybe Penn State, the win it threatens is Ohio State. But here's the thing. If Ohio State, Michigan was this weekend, I think you're in a real good spot if you're Tony Petiti, because I think you can just kind of hang out, right? You can be like, okay, we'll come up with a decision real soon. And then you just wait. And if Ohio State beats Michigan this weekend, you go, sucks, Wolvies, but, we got you on video. We got to do it. The problem is, I don't think he can afford, with now active ADs and head coaches, not just complaining, but doing so and putting their name on it publicly. I don't think you can hang out until Thanksgiving and not make a decision, right? If you're going to do it, you either got to do it now and prove to the ADs and coaches that you're paying attention, or you're not going to do it at all and tell all of them, we don't really care what you think.
What if, and I know this is a big stretch, what if the rest of the coaches and ADs in the Big Ten say they will forfeit the rest of the games and they will not play until something is done?
I don't know.
No, you've been talking about money. That's money across the board.
I agree, but that's not going to happen predominantly because they would cost themselves a lot of money. And with most programs running in the red anyway, you can't really afford that. But I mean, it would be a hell of a principled stand to take if the entire conference held hands to do it. All right, we got to take a break. Lonzo's about to blow your mind with an incredible Rob Brown Show Sports Flash, and then we're back with the water cooler cheat sheet. It is the Rob Brown Show. It's the Fan Upstate.
All right, last night on Thursday Night Football, Will Levis threw an interception in the end zone to end the Titans' chance to defeat the Steelers. Pittsburgh gets the win, 20-16. Victor Wenbayama continues to impress in his rookie campaign as the Spurs outdueled the Phoenix Suns last night, 132-121. The 7'4" rookie was the game's leading scorer with 38 points on 15 for 26 shooting and recorded 10 boards. Atlanta Braves outfielder Ronald Acuna Jr. was voted Player of the Year and the most outstanding player in the National League by fellow players yesterday, outpacing American League star Shohei Ohtani for the overall award. Tune in tonight at 7 as the Burns Rebels take on the Dortmund Cavaliers in the first round of the high school football playoffs. Rob Brown brings you all the play-by-play action right here on your home for Burns football, the Fan Upstate. Yeah. Jesse, I saw your question. The first, I think my first favorite would be Woody Hayes, actually. But if I had to pick out of the three, I probably would go with Tressel. Although so far Ryan Day is the least controversial, but he can't seem to beat Michigan. So I guess technically he is still controversial. But I pick Woody Hayes just because he's the reason why people around here hate Ohio. One of the reasons. I've done research, so. Meaning I've asked people, why do you hate Ohio? And they can't come up with a reason. But then, you know, after further questioning, it's Woody Hayes. It's okay though, because he's got a statue. So, you know. Sometimes someone who's hated one place is a hero somewhere else.
Bob Knight.
Well, Jesse asked me my favorite coach out of those three, and my first would have been Woody Hayes. But, you know, but out of those three, I still will go with Tressel. I could go with Urban Meyer just to make Rob mad. And like I said, Ryan Day hasn't beat Michigan yet, so I can't go with him. And Ohio State has like 8 or 9 championships. So there's several different coaches I could go with. And in the age of NIL, Tressel would still be the coach. He wouldn't have had to lie about them pants, because them pants, it would have been okay. You're probably not the 1.5% that live in South Carolina that hate Ohio State.
And away we go with hour number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. This is the Fan Upstate. Howdy, y'all. Yeah. We got a lot of stuff to get to over the next 3 hours of sports talk, entertainment, greatness. I am Rob Brown. The great Lonzo is on the other side of the metaphorical glass this AM. Yeehaw! Talking college football today on a Football Friday. All right. We are doing a Demo Friday. We want to know who you are and where you're listening from. We have got Skrilla, who is traveling through G Vegas. He's headed out to Grr this morning to do some work. Said, I'm listening, traveling for work, listening to the best damn sports show anywhere. Appreciate you, Skrilla. You're a good man. Jacob is listening in the Berg this AM. Chris is listening in. I'm going to take a stab at this, and I'm going to be wrong. I've been here 3 years. I've seen the name of this town, never once tried to say it out loud. Sansuchi? Suki? Sansuchi. I was right. Let's go. Boys.
You put too much emphasis on the first part. It's kind of said as like one word.
Sansuchi.
There you go.
All right, perfect. Chris and Sansucci. And that's just how you say it now. I have not been to Sansucci yet.
I have.
Where and what is Sansucci?
All right. I couldn't tell you how to get there, but I've been there. Early on in my radio career, there was a radio station there that I applied for. And it was a mistake because you had to go down into a basement to do and it smelt of mildew.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Sansucci. I looked at the Wikipedia page. Not much on it. 3 miles north of the center of Greenville, bordered to the west by Berea and to the southwest by Parker. Both unincorporated communities. 276 Poinsett Highway forms the eastern border of Sansucci. The highway leads south into Greenville and north 6 miles to TR. Okay. Well, Chris, what do I need to come do in Sansucci? What's the highlight of Sansucci?
Drive right through it.
Rude.
Like a lot of small towns. I mean, there's not a lot.
Bro, every small town has that one spot. Every small town's got that one spot. It's a dive bar or it's a mom and pop restaurant that has the best whatever it is you need.
Would you call, like in the case of Great Court, would you call crack houses that one spot? I'm just curious because I've heard that there are those there, but I don't know of anything else.
There's not like a mom and pop restaurant in Great Court, South Carolina.
Well, there's a pizza place.
That's what I'm saying.
But I mean,
everywhere's got that one spot that's going to have the best blank you've ever had. Might be crack, might be pizza.
Well, there you go. They did just put up a new Dollar Tree. So, I mean,
big time.
Yeah. Haven't been there yet because, there's lots of crowds there.
Alonzo, I'm being told the correct way to pronounce it is Sansucci. You didn't know either.
Didn't I?
Sansucci. Texture says it's near Cherrydale. I'm in Cherry. I'm gonna tell you this. It was there. Now it's only downtown. But the best ice cream joint in the game was in Cherrydale. The lady friend and I used to go to Cherrydale just to go to Mike and Molly's. The Mike and Molly's in Cherrydale is closed, and it was one of the saddest things that's happened since I moved here. Sansucci, and I'm being told that Mike and Jeff's barbecue is in Sansucci. You know what I never got around to was going on the tour to barbecue of the upstate to then get Lonzo into one of them. It's going to happen.
Jacob's right. We do have the Dollar General gas station, which used to be.
You have a combo Dollar General
it used
gas
to used to be. Walmart put out a bunch of smaller stores, and
the small marts.
Yeah, it lasted for like a year, and then Dollar General took it over.
Okay.
So yeah, things don't last long in Great Court as far as that goes. So
Sansucci.
By the way, I can neither confirm or deny that I knew he was saying it wrong.
Notre Dame Nate checking in Sugar Tit, which I appreciate because you were just giving me an excuse.
Is he really there though? Is he really there though? Because I don't know. Do we go that far? I guess in the Odyssey app we go anywhere.
Yeah, we can go anywhere.
Yeah.
Chris says the tap room in Sansucci. Putting that on the tablet of truth right now.
I liked it better when you said it the other way.
Sansucci. Now it's Sansucci. Yeah, Chris. Meet me at the tap room. It's happening. It's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just after 7 a.m. It is time for today's water cooler cheat sheet. The 3 items you've got to know before you start ignoring your responsibilities at the job to talk sports instead. It's time for the water cooler cheat sheet.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
"You hear that?"
before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
You're wondering why the very loud water cooler
do
sound
not
plays
draw
randomly
attention
in the middle of the cheat sheet sounder, and the answer
I was
is
practicing
because there is a fart sound in the middle of it that Lonzo wants to cover.
I don't know what he's talking about.
It's a cover up.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
Item number 1 on the water cooler cheat sheet. Y'all, Victor Wenbayama is a problem. 38 points last night for the 7'4" listed center actual shooting forward. Dude is good. He was 15 of 26 from the floor, 3 of 6 from behind the arc. 38 points, to go along with the 10 boards last night. Victor Wenbayama is breaking out of his shell, and he is doing all right. What a night for that kid. Dude is hitting everything he throws at the rim right now. He is a cheat code. He also, and this is the thing that blows my mind, he only had 2 blocks on the night. There was only one other player who had 2 blocks last night. It was Kevin Durant, who only had 28 points, who only had 6 boards, and who only went 10 of 15 in the Suns' loss to the Spurs. If you are not watching Victor Wenbayama, I said about LeBron yesterday, this is the cat you have to go eyeballs on. And if you're not, you're missing out. Victor Wenbayama is quickly elevating himself onto that exact same list. This dude is a maniac. Item number 2. As Lonzo so eloquently and accurately said yesterday, Major League Baseball season has come to its conclusion with the exception of the handing out of the awards. And yesterday, a few of those awards were handed out. Ronald Acuna Jr. of your Atlanta Braves got one of a small number of postseason awards that I do actually care about. One of the postseason awards that I care about is the league voted Player of the Year. This is the awards handed out by the players themselves, the guys that are in the game, the players that are the ones that are actually doing the playing. They are the ones that I care about when it comes to award season. And that is why the award that Ronald Acuna Jr. took away yesterday is one that matters to me. Ronald Acuna Jr. was voted Player of the Year and the most outstanding player in the National League. He just edged out Shohei Ohtani of the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim for the league-wide award. Ronnie, the first member of the 40-70 club, he also, and this is the part that blows my mind that nobody talks about, he also hit 337 with 106 RBIs to go with his 41 knocks and his 73 swipes. No player had ever gotten to 40-50 in a season. He went 40-70. Ohtani hit 304 with 44 jacks, 95 ribbies, 20 swipes, and went 10-5 with a 3.14 ERA and 167 strikeouts in 132 innings. Of course, he would have, I think, won the overall Player of the Year award had he not blown out his elbow because the Angels, it's the word I'm thinking of, suck and do not take care of their players, which is why Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani have spent as much time not playing as they have. Ohtani, by the way, expected to be a free agent and maybe the most well-paid free agent in the history of baseball. Marcus Semien, second baseman of the World Series champion Texas Rangers, won his second Marvin Miller Man of the Year award given to a player whose leadership inspires others. Semien also received the award in 2021 and is a member of the union's 8-man executive subcommittee. Former outfielder Phil Bradley was awarded the Curt Flood Award for advancement of players' rights and devotion to the union. New York Yankees Garrett Cole was selected as the AL Outstanding Pitcher. When asked about that award, Garrett Cole said,
I don't know. I don't quite know how to answer that.
Greatest quote of all time.
So decisive.
Greatest quote ever. Blake Snell won the same award for the National League. Chicago Cubs outfielder Cody Bellinger won the Comeback Player of the Year award for the NL. White Sox reliever Liam Hendricks. No surprise if you heard that guy's story. It is incredible. Liam Hendricks had to walk away for the game briefly because of a cancer diagnosis, was able to beat that return and play good ball. Outstanding rookies as voted on by the players were Corbin Carroll of the Snakes in the NL and Gunnar Henderson in the American League. Corbin Carroll is going to win your Rookie of the Year award. Go ahead and book that, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, we get to item number 3. CSI Ann Arbor continues. We've already talked about this a little bit in the last segment, but, it is one of the top 3 stories, and it is a story you're going to want to talk about. there were two things that happened in CSI Ann Arbor last night. Great episode of CSI Ann Arbor last night. All right. A lot of twists and turns going on here in the most recent couple of episodes. So one of them is that Purdue head coach Ryan Walters went on the record, signed his name to it, and said, not only did Michigan come to one of our games, but they came to one of our games this season, this year. They were in the building to watch this year's team play. And they went, Ryan, how do you know that? To which Ryan Walters said, we got him on tape, dog. He said, quote, it's unfortunate. What's crazy is they weren't allegations. It happened. There's video evidence. There's ticket purchases and sales that you can track back. We know for a fact they were at a number of our games, so we've had to teach our guys a new language in terms of some signals. Now we know the Big Ten coaches held a call on Wednesday with League Commissioner Tony Petitti, and they openly expressed their concerns about Michigan's alleged off-campus scouting, which is, of course, prohibited by NCAA rules. Sources told Pete Thamel of Yahoo Sports that a large majority of coaches expressed their frustrations to Tony Petitti and urged him to act, a message echoed in part by several athletic directors during a video call with Petitti on Thursday. They kept the conversation going. Although the NCAA's timeline for investigations and an infractions ruling would stretch well beyond the 2023 season, Petitti has the authority to investigate and impose discipline on Michigan from the Big Ten's sportsmanship policy. Now, I'll tell you one reason that nothing has come out this week. Tony Petitti will be in Ann Arbor today. It's a previously scheduled trip. He will be there today to watch a field hockey tournament. The Big Ten Field Hockey Tournament Championship is going down this weekend in Ann Arbor, and Tony Petitti is on his way up there to watch it and be a part of it. And now he's got a meeting scheduled with Santa Ono, who is the president of Michigan. Now, coaches, by and large, have generally avoided discussing this publicly, right? It's been the ADs that have been the ones in the news, and obviously a lot of idiots with microphones like me. But now you've got a coach, Ryan Walters, who signed his name to it. Now, that in and of itself is very interesting, but that's not the only thing that is going on right now. We now also know that Michigan State, Sparty's AD was like, yo, I got bars too. I'll jump in on this as well. The AD at Michigan State has now fired off and said, wait. So here's what you got, Big Ten. You've got a situation where last year you put on suspension in season a number of Sparty football players because they got into it in the tunnel with some Michigan Wolverines. And you hit them with the sportsmanship policy, and you did so in season, and you did so because it was on videotape. That was the reason. We see it. The Ray Rice effect. Once it's on tape, it's dramatically worse than when it's just words on a page. So the AD of Michigan State, Alan Haller, is now calling on Petitti to go ahead and make a move now. Why? Because the Connor Stallions group is on videotape. And now you've got a head coach at a program going, yeah, no, for sure. We've got the tape. We have them on video at a game. We've got what may or may not be Connor Stallions on the sideline at a Central Michigan Chippewas game where they were playing Michigan State. So now Michigan State goes, wait a minute, we got a grievance. We've got videotape of that dude on the sideline of our opponent at their game, dressed in their colors to watch us. And again, the reason the Big Ten's not jumping at that is because there is at least a small level of plausible deniability. Connor Stallions can very simply go, that wasn't me. That's just a guy who looks like me. Very handsome guy, but a guy who just happens to look a little bit like me. Look, we don't have the same facial hair. That guy's got evil twin chin strap goatee. I have a beard. We're clearly not the same guy. And until they can prove it's the same guy, which is not going to be easy because Central Michigan said, yo, we didn't have him on any ticket list, right? He was not on our ticket list. That's not our guy. But the problem is they do have him on tape at other games, and they've got other guys at other games. And now there are other guys coming out going, yeah, Tony Petitti totally paid me to go film a team.
If they have cameras that monitor parking and things like that, which a lot of places do, they can go back on that and search through it and find a license plate.
Correct.
I know it's a TV type of thing, but it is possible.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, I got to assume, I was going to say Connor Stallions is not an idiot, but I don't know. He might be. All right? He might be. I don't know if he's an idiot.
He got away with it for a long time.
I would have got away with it. What was it for you damn kids and your meddling Wolverines? Anyway, we'll see what happens. But the fact that you now have a head coach willing to sign his name on the dotted line saying, yeah, no, I know he was there and I've got the evidence. And you've got an AD who is calling out the potential hypocrisy. What is, we've talked about this for a while. Conferences, the NCAA, they're all going to do whatever they can to get as much money in the bank as they possibly can. But let's also point out, there's one thing that big corporations, big entities care about almost as much as money. Do you know what it is? Their reputation. Their public image. Optics matter more than anything else. So this is why Hallers and these other ADs are going after the Big Ten this way. Because if you cannot take money out of the wallet, the next best thing you can do is ding up the reputation. And if they can point out, hey, look, Big Ten, if you don't make this move, if you don't hit them with a punishment right now, after you suspended Michigan State players last year because you had them on video, we're just going to have to call you hypocrites out loud. And the Big Ten can't have that. All right, let's take a break. We'll talk more about that later on in the game. Coming up next, Quad Box. I'm going to take you around the 4 games in the early slot, the 4 games in the midday, and the 4 games at night that you must watch this weekend to keep a handle on college football. I got basketball on the brain. I love basketball. So good. Let's take a break. We're back after this. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Fan Upstate. Why did I think you told me I had Gables here?
You already did that.
Gables?
I don't know.
Did I?
I don't recall saying that, but I might have. Maybe you're thinking of yesterday. Because I think you only had one live on today, and that's Mad World.
Okay.
I believe. No, I'm wrong. There's a Gables, but it's not until later. You probably hear me telling you lives in your sleep.
Hold me now. I got him. Hey.
You guys stop singing Creed, man. You can't stop singing Creed.
Thanksgiving night. Enjoy the magic of the season. Family, favorites, and friends. For more information, visit upstatelights.com.
That was smart.
The last blast of summer sale for the Upstate Golf Cart. For a limited time, grab yours for just $40 and get access to 9 premier courses in the Upstate. Tee it up at Carolina Springs, the Preserve at Grenade, the Club at Brookstone, the Rock, Clear Golf, Luso Triumph, Bowling Green, Pebble Creek, and more. Grab your portion of the course with the Upstate Golf Cart. Order yours today at upstategolfcart.com.
So, like this time next week, it will actually be 8:22. So we have that to look forward to. Rob Brown Show, what do you want to talk about?
Free shipping when you spend $35 or use your red card at Target.com. Get low prices and early Black Friday deals only at Target. Exclusions apply.
AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. No, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, buy a 5-quart jug and get a free STP extended life oil filter.
Rob Brown Show, what do you want to talk about?
Get started on your next job today with the parts you need. When you need
Nothing much.
AutoZone or
What do you want to talk about?
Restrictions apply.
Sponsored by Corley Plumbing.
All right,
Air
hang on.
Electric.
Hang on.
Corley Plumbing, Air and Electric. 3 hours same-day service to meet your needs. Call Corley Plumbing, Air and Electric today.
I'm not I am a system.
Not, yeah. I am the system, I think he said. All right, Joe says his wife wants to make a point, but I don't know if he's going to interpret or if she's actually going to jump on the line.
Okay, we'll find out.
This is Jersey Joe as a place
Jersey
up
Joe.
on the thing. On the no.
All right, we're going to come to the quad box here in just a minute. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a local celebrity on the line as the Upstate's hot dog champion is joining us. Jersey Joe has chimed into the show, but he's got something more important than that, Joe. Lonzo tells me that your wife is going to drop some knowledge on us.
Yes, she is, Rob.
Let's
Yes, she
go.
is.
Let's do it. Mrs. Jersey Joe, first off, congratulations on having a catch of a husband. What do you got for us, young lady?
Yeah, that's right. I know. Step back, girls. You can't all have them. We're riding in the car, and he's listening to you. And so I was listening in, and I said to Joe, like, why is this seriously a problem? Because, coaches trade films all the time. They watch each other's teams. They make all these stats. Even in high school ball, they trade films. They watch them on Sundays. It just doesn't seem illegal to me. If you have the means that you can watch what these other coaches are doing and you have the time to put in to try and figure out their signs, what's it a problem? Like when I played softball, we did competitive, fast pitch. We constantly watched the other team's first base coach to see what kind of signs they were putting down, see if we could figure out the bunts and things like that. It doesn't seem like illegal to me. It seems silly.
Sure. So here's where the problem comes in. There's a couple of them here. The first is that it is a blatant violation of the NCAA's rules. Now, we can argue, Mrs. Jersey Joe, that the rules are dumb and bad, and that is an argument we've had about countless NCAA rules over the years, but it is one of those where the rules are the rules, and if you get caught breaking them, you're going to get brought down. The second is that they were utilizing electronic devices to directly monitor the sidelines at not their games. And that is kind of one of those frowned upon. I would call it an unwritten rule, but this is actually a written rule that you can't do that as well. But there is kind of an unwritten rule in play that, hey, look, if you pick up a sign during a game, we're good with it. Heck, if you pick up a sign watching on TV, we're good with it, but you cannot show up in videotape. It's this, the metaphor I used for it is like speeding on the interstate, right? We all do it, yes. And if you do it and you're going 5 over, all right, like if you're going 7, 8, 9 over, it might get to a point where I'm like, I'm not a big fan of that. But if you blow by me at 40 miles and over, I'm turning into a narc.
Got it.
So that's it.
Got it. Well, I didn't realize there was a written rule. Okay.
Yes.
And I'm a school teacher. I can follow the rules. I get it now. Okay.
There you go.
But-
Thank you, ma'am. Great to talk to you, Jersey Joe and Mrs. Jersey Joe. Love that call. Love that call. And I feel like that's a fair call because I do think a lot of people are like, why is this a big deal, right? Like looking across at the coaches to find out what they're doing, what's the big deal? But the answer here is twofold. Number one, direct violation of NCAA written rules. You cannot use electronic devices to film the coaches on the sideline, and you can't do it at other games.
Plus, my guy from the understanding, Mr. Stallions, has made his way on the sidelines in nefarious ways.
At least once.
Without people.
Allegedly.
Yeah. So, I mean, and there's video and pictures of him being on sidelines, which could be doctored and make it look like he's been everywhere, but they look pretty convincing.
Yeah. So it's a direct violation of the rules, which is the first part. The second part of the discussion is that you've now got coaches who are going, listen, if you pick up a sign, it is what it is. But it is, in fact, dangerous to players for you to know what every play is, the ability to tell your defense what every play is coming up, because you are able to throw extra defenders at running backs. You're able to put extra defenders on wide receivers, which means those guys can get hit and hit hard and hit by extra dudes. And we can't have that. So that's where that comes from. And that is part of the reason. Listen, I think a lot of coaches are upset, obviously, because it is very, very difficult already, as Dabo Swinney loves for you to know. It is very, very difficult to win. It is impossible to win when the team across from you knows the play before you run it, right? It now kind of at least feeds into the conspiracy theory when you make the point that Michigan, before Connor Stallions started doing all this, was winning at like a 75% clip in the Big Ten. Since this, what was the number we said, Alonzo, yesterday? Like 18-1 in conference play? Like 18-1 in conference play, including a couple of wins over Ohio State that Michigan is, that Lonzo is trying to convince me puts Ryan Day on the hot seat, right? If you're Ryan Day, you got to be furious about that. People are calling for your job because you can't beat the Block M, and then you're finding out that the Block M knew all your plays before that game started.
It would make you want to help lead an investigation into something.
100%.
It definitely would.
100%. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a reason that Ryan Day is the loudest coach in this, and it's because of Lonzo. That's why.
You're welcome.
All right, let's get to the quad box. We'll do a couple of games here, and then we'll pick up in the next segment of the show. Let's go with your noon games out of the gate, ladies and gentlemen. All these games taking place at noon on your television screen. We will start with a game on the list that in terms of the competitors means the least, but it absolutely means the most to folks listening to this radio program. I think you've got to put Jacksonville State, South Carolina on this list, right? It is not so much about, hey, can Jacksonville State upset South Carolina? Because I do think that South Carolina is going to win this game, and frankly, they should win it comfortable. But I do want to point out to you, and we will talk about this quite a bit coming up in the Palmetto preview later on in the show. The Jacksonville State Gamecocks are moving up from FCS to FBS. This Jacksonville State team has only lost to Liberty and Coastal Carolina, who are undefeated right now. Liberty is. The program has not faced a Power 5 opponent since 2021 when they went down to Tallahassee and took on Florida State. And, oh, by the way, won that game. Now, why am I bringing that game up? Because Florida State was very much in a similar position to where South Carolina is right now. They were working with a coach, and it was all about emotion and building forward and building it upwards and yada, yada, yada. It was a transition period. It was a period where they were questioning the talent level on the sideline. In Tallahassee, there were a lot of questions about this team that are very similar, eerily similar to the conversations going on about South Carolina. This Jacksonville State team is not a joke. They are a ball hawk team, by the way. They are a team that wants to create turnovers. They have got 2 dual threat quarterbacks that they will interchange. What's that mean? Hurry up offense. They're going to send in one guy, run a play. The next guy is on the sideline getting the signal. He's going to sprint on. He's going to give the signal. They're going to line up and go. This is going to be a game where South Carolina's defense had better be awake. And oh, by the way, both of their dual threat quarterbacks, Zion Webb and Logan Smothers, they rank 2nd and 3rd on the team, respectively, in rushing. They can get out of the pocket and be dangerous. Jayville State of South Carolina on ESPNU. Another game that the opposition isn't much there, but it's all about playoff positioning right now. Ohio State is at Rutgers. Rutgers is not a very good football team this year. Okay. Rutgers is, however, 6-2 in the Big East. Their losses, Michigan and Wisconsin. They've beat Sparty. They've beat Indiana. They have beat Virginia Tech. They beat Northwestern. Pretty bad, actually, back in week 1. This Rutgers team is not on paper anywhere near competing with Ohio State, but I would tell Zoe and the Buckeyes, I would tell Ohio State University, you better be on your A game because this is a Super Bowl game for Rutgers. The State College of New Jersey. And by the way, it's on the road. It's in Jersey, right?
And they're in the Big Ten, not the Big East.
That's what, yeah, you know what I meant.
Well, I just
missed the Big East.
I didn't want you to get killed by the
Yes,
Texans.
in the Big Ten. They are in the Big Ten. They are currently 6-2 overall, 3-2 in conference, which places them 4th in the Big Ten East. And the only teams ahead of them are Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State. So, again, I think Ohio State should win this game, and it should be relatively easy to win, but keep an eye out, all right? Is there a chance?
Every game's a playoff game from here on out. So, yeah.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
And you can't look past this team to what's down the road.
Yeah, but I think there's a difference between, like, we got Central Michigan this weekend versus a Rutgers team that's 6-2, has already beaten some Power 5 teams at their house.
Is this the equivalent of playing Vanderbilt? I don't know. Probably,
I don't
maybe.
think it is. You know what I think it's the equivalent of? I think it's the equivalent of playing Mizzou. I think it's the equivalent of playing a Mizzou team.
All right.
I really do.
Mizzou's pretty good.
Ohio State at Rutgers is on CBS. On ESPN, Texas A&M as at Ole Miss. Ole Miss ranked inside the top 10. See, here's the interesting thing about Ole Miss. Everybody's talking about Alabama. Everybody's talking about if Alabama is a one-loss team can make a run. Y'all, the Ole Miss Running Rebels are 7-1 with wins over Auburn, over Arkansas, over LSU, over Tulane, who was a top 25 team when the Rebels beat them. Everybody's talking about about Alabama and whether Alabama can get in as a one-loss team. And that's a valid question to have. If they beat LSU this weekend, there's a very good chance Bama can finish as a one-loss team. It will take a monumental effort to beat Georgia in the SEC title game. But if anybody can do it, Nick Saban can, right? Ole Miss has one loss. If Alabama drops the game this weekend to LSU, y'all, Ole Miss will jump to the top of the SEC West. It could be Joey Freshwater himself coaching in the SEC championship game. Nobody has mentioned that Ole Miss could square up with Georgia in the SEC title game. And if you are willing to have the conversation that Alabama could get in because of the SEC schedule, Ole Miss could do it too. That being said, Ole Miss, November 11th, 2 weeks down the road, they're at Georgia. Georgia looks a lot better, but Ole Miss can put up 50s on you, all right? So they've got to get by the Aggies. Of course, the win over South Carolina for A&M last weekend ended a 2-game loss streak, but those losses were both to top 20 teams in Alabama and Tennessee, and both of them were one-score games. Jimbo Fisher's coaching for his life. I've said it. I'll keep saying it. I believe it to be true. And finally, on Fox at noon, Kansas State at Texas. Why is this one important? Well, Texas is one of those one-loss teams that's right there on the outside looking in, checking in at number 7. But this Kansas State team at 6-2, their only losses were to Mizzou back in week 3. Turns out Mizzou's a pretty decent ball club. They do have a bad loss at Oklahoma State. It's an unexplainably bad loss. Kansas State's good enough to upset Texas. And if they upset Texas, y'all, the Big 12's done. Because Oklahoma's not bouncing back from that far back. The Big 12 could be eliminated from playoff contention this week with a Kansas State win over Texas. Let's take a break. When we come back, I'll run you through the midday window and the nighttime slot, and we'll talk about some of the other games and the impact that they will have on college football. I am Rob Brown. The great one, Lonzo's at the helm. The Rob Brown Show rolls on, y'all. This is the Fan Upstate.
Let's look at the schedule wrong because I thought Clemson played at noon.
I thought they played in the window, so I may have gotten that one. May have watched that one.
I hope so. Please be right. Please be right. Please be right.
They are. You are. That is correct.
So you inadvertently
Here's my question.
left
Here's my question.
them off.
Here's my question. Sincerely, is that game important? I mean, it is to Clemson.
It is to Tyler.
It is to Tyler. But is that game in the national slot? Is that game important?
Well, neither is South Carolina.
That's true.
Yeah, it's very important with all the press that will have.
Yeah. All right, guys, give me 45 seconds. Valdez, what's up? BTR, good to have you guys back in the game, boys. I will be right back. It is important for Notre Dame. I mean, yes, it is, but Notre Dame's a 2-loss team. They're not getting in. They're out of it. Woogie, woogie, woogie. So sincere question. And I'm asking this out of curiosity because in Florida and here, there's a lot of people from Ohio. Why? Or is it just a confirmation?
Dude, it's warm here. I know. I'm
asking genuinely.
It's the simplest thing when you've lived through a ton of gray Ohio winters and you come here and you may get 1 or 2 snows, which pretty to look at for some people. It's disgusting, and I wish it would go up in flames because then it wouldn't exist because it would melt. But I sincerely believe that warmth has a whole lot to do with it.
Okay. By the way, I love this hat. It's a great hat.
It's a nice hat.
It's a great hat.
Rob Brown Show, what do you want to talk about? All right, hang on, Jesse. My hollies and jollies are excited. If you're holly and jolly, are you taking it too far? I mean, is it okay to just be holly or jolly? But if you're holly and jolly, do you get asked out of the party?
Here's the thing. I think holly is an adjective that is seasonal. I don't think anybody says anything is holly outside of Christmas season, right? You've never been holly in July. Nobody's ever been holly in July.
Unless your
you
name's
July.
name's Holly, and then it's I guess you're holly all the time.
It's an adjective.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
As an adjective, nobody's ever been holly in July. It was like Happy 4th of July. I hope it's a holly one. It's never happened. That's a seasonal adjective.
Whereas if you're sturdy, you can be jolly all the time. Spelled jolly wrong and it ended up being Jolie. So where did Holly and Jolie meet?
Phone?
What?
Phone call?
Yeah, you don't have your thing?
No, I forgot.
All right, Jesse wants to talk about Burns Duncan.
Okay. All right, how important? Lonzo pointed out that I left the Clemson Notre Dame game off the noon slot. The sincere question is, I feel like it is fair in that I included South Carolina, Jacksonville State, but here's the thing. I feel like South Carolina is in a lot more danger here because we've all accepted Clemson's beating Notre Dame Notre Dame's beating Clemson this weekend, right? We all accept that. Like, I think even Clemson fans accept that. You're losing to Notre Dame this weekend. South Carolina, and I mean this, could lose to Jacksonville State. And I will tell you, and having watched Florida State lose to Jacksonville State a couple of years ago, if you lose to an FCS team, even an FCS team that is moving up to FBS, a loss to an FCS team is an absolute catastrophe to the morale of your fan base.
I'm not buying your reasoning, but it's well done. I mean, you're trying really hard.
I mean it. If you lose to an FCS, I was in Destin when Florida State lost to Jacksonville State, and the FSU fan base melted down.
South Carolina's had some losses like that before, so it's not unusual. Well, it is unusual, but they have had losses to a lower tier team before.
All right, let's real quick run through your afternoon slots.
I just want to say he didn't forget on purpose.
I know Jesse's there. Jesse, I'm coming to you in a minute, but I want to run through this.
No, I meant Clemson. You didn't forget Clemson.
No, I didn't know.
On purpose.
I 100% did not forget Clemson on purpose. You're losing this game. Notre Dame is going. Here's the wild thing. The wild thing is Notre Dame's only a 3-point favorite. Still, I thought that line was going to move closer to 6.5. It's still at 3 as of 11 o'clock last night when I put my third bet on that line. I keep talking myself into putting more on that line. There's no way Clemson's within 3 in Notre Dame. Midday, Army's at Air Force on the CBS Sports Network at 2:30. Listen, is that a game that has national importance? No, but I will always watch the military schools go at it. Air Force through the air, Army on the ground, going to be a blast. Mizzou is at Georgia on CBS at 3:30. Why is this one important? I honestly think this is the only game left on the schedule that Georgia can lose in the regular season. I think past this game, Georgia, frankly, can't lose in the regular season. If they can get by Mizzou, they can get by Ole Miss. The only other game that maybe is a problem is at Tennessee, but Tennessee, as I tried to tell you preseason, ain't who they were last year. So I don't think that game is as much of a danger as we thought it was going to be. This game against Mizzou is, because Mizzou's got the most versatility of those 3 games, I think. FSU is at Pitt on ESPN at 3:30. I think this game is absolutely a must win because, as I pointed out on BetMGM tonight, last night, the only hope that the ACC has of a playoff berth is an undefeated FSU team. There's no one-loss team going from that conference to the playoff, so I am banking on Florida State being it. But this Pitt team, they can make a little noise. They're not good, but they can pop off on offense every now and then. And finally, the Oklahoma shootout. OU is at Okie State. Is this game important? No. I've told you. The Big 12's the same way. If it ain't Texas, it ain't nobody. A one-loss Oklahoma team has not got a strong enough schedule to get in. Texas, by losing to Oklahoma early, has the advantage of checking in at number 7. They will need a lot of help, but the only way they're going to get that help and be in a position for it to matter is going to be by getting by Oklahoma State and doing it with style points. Then the night slot, let's go to the Pac-12 Network at 5:30. Cal is at Oregon. The Ducks can get in with a loss. They'll have to win the Pac-12. They're good enough to do it. Cal is going to put them on upset alert. I still absolutely do think that Oregon's going to win this game. In fact, I've got Oregon in the cover here, and we'll do our clock in and lock in coming up in the next segment, and Oregon's on it. But Cal's upset-minded. Purdue is at Michigan, NBC 7:30. Why is this interesting, Lonzo? I don't know. Maybe Purdue's coach calling out Michigan saying we have video evidence and signing his name to it.
That could be why.
Yeah. You don't think Ryan wants to cakewalk Michigan this weekend and be the first team that bust up Michigan after the sign stealing scandal? Could you imagine if Jim Harbaugh loses this game?
Yeah, I can imagine.
It'd be amazing.
Yeah, it would be.
I've never rooted for the Purdue Boilermakers before, but I am now. LSU's at Alabama on CBS. This game is important for 2 reasons. Number one, Alabama's got to win this game if they want a chance, A. And B, if Jaden Daniels just has a Jaden Daniels game in this one, he can win the Heisman Trophy this weekend. I mean that. He's got the numbers. He's got the sketty ahead of him. He knocks out LSU or knocks out Alabama this weekend with a solid performance. Jaden Daniels becomes your Heisman frontrunner. And finally, Washington at USC on ABC. USC, not very good. Enough firepower to beat Washington, though. We'll see if the Huskies can stay undefeated and earn themselves in. Again, if Washington goes undefeated, they are in the playoffs because Ohio State, Michigan. Let me get my dog Jesse in here before we call it a segment in an hour. Jesse, what's up, big fella?
How's it going, Rob?
Living the dream,
good morning,
buddy.
Man, I just wanted to. Oh yeah. Well, by the way, real quick, I was going to ask you a question about high school football. As a Clemson grad, I just wanted to tell you both. Y'all are always very realistic about Clemson, so it astounds me that people have a different point of view there. But anyway, Burns Dorman. I know that you're the voice of the rebel, so you're not going to go against Burns maybe on this one, but I'm intrigued by the matchup because Dorman's defense showed up last time. I was at that game. I'll be at the game tonight. I'm excited. I'm a Dorman grad, but our quarterback struggles, with pretty much any defense he's seen this year. And then also, interestingly enough, Stevens for the Burns side struggled last time with our defense. So I was just curious your thoughts on that game and maybe a final score prediction if you can do that.
Yeah, listen, I think it's a region match. It's a region rivalry. I think you're going to have a very similar game to last time where, God, I hate this website so much. I hate this website so damn much. I think you're going to have a very similar game. 28-26, Burns took the win back on October 13th, and I think you're going to have a similar score game. I think Dorman can win this game, but I go back and I look at a team that if you fall for the transitive property of football, you lost to Burns already. You lost to Gaffney. You lost to Spartanburg. You beat Boiling Springs. These are all teams that Burns beat, and then there is the loss, and it is at Burns. If this game was at Dorman, I'd actually probably be pretty comfortable with the upset pick here. Now, I'm going to tell you, Andrew Stevens had his worst game of the season, I think, against Dorman. I think that was the worst game they played all season long offensively. And I will tell you that since that game, the Burns offense has gotten better week by week. Here's where you win the game if you are Dorman against Burns. You win this game by being in it late and not having to dig out of a hole. You keep this score close into the late third, early fourth quarter. That's where Burns has struggled. I go back to that Gaffney game last week. That game felt over at halftime. That game, I was sitting in the press box like, all right, how am I going to make the end of this game entertaining when we're taking a 27-point lead into the fourth? And then all of a sudden, Gaffney scores, and then Gaffney scores, and then Burns commits 2 back-to-back turnovers on fumbles, and Gaffney scores, and Gaffney scores. And now it's a 1-possession game instead of a 3-possession game. The only problem that a couple of teams have had against Burns, and I'm including Dorman in this, I'm including Spartanburg in this, I'm including Gaffney in this last week. The problem is teams keep letting Burns, and I'm Team Rebels on this one, but they keep allowing Burns to build these 3 touchdown leads. And so your offense comes alive in the fourth quarter, but instead of running away from Burns, you're trying to catch up to Burns, and all they got to do is outlast you, right? And if you can create a situation where instead of outlasting Burns or Burns outlasting you, Burns has got to fist fight you because it's a close game and your offense explodes. And now instead of needing to have 3 consecutive scores to tie the game, you can go up 3 consecutive scores. That's how you beat the Burns Rebels. So this game, I think, Jesse, is going to be won or lost in the early portion of the third quarter.
I'd have to agree. I mean, Burns, they're very high powered. Dorman does not have protection issues. They lean heavily on the run game. And I just don't know with the quarterback issues this year. I don't know if Dorman, is going to be able to, stay in the game. But I think you have a good point. If they can hang around, maybe it'll be an interesting game, but I'm also, interested to see how the players do with the cold tonight. Obviously, we're not used to that. So
I'm interested to see how the play-by-play broadcasters do with the cold tonight, Jesse.
That's exactly right. Yeah, you have to bundle up. Like I said, I've been to Lambeau, and so it's not really cold comparatively to that. So, but I definitely going to be wearing similar gear to that.
Yeah, no, it's we're breaking out the long coat tonight. Appreciate the phone call, Big Dog. Thanks for checking in. Listen, on paper, I'm sorry. Did you not just tell me that you moved states to get away from the cold, but you're dropping a wah on me? You moved here to get away from the cold, and you're going to drop a wah on me. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You moved.
I have comments, but it's also time to go to break. So I'm just trying to keep us on time here.
Dorman Burns tonight. Pregame at 7, kickoff at 7:30. It's Burns Rebels High School football powered by your local Ingalls Market and Founders Federal Credit Union right here on the Fan Upstate. Hey, Sports Flash. Jerk.
It ain't cold outside. Baby, it's cold outside. The MLB World Series ratings are in. The Rangers' 5-0 victory to seal the championship was the most watched game of the series, but the series was the least watched fall classic in recorded TV history. Nielsen said the World Series averaged 9.11, that's 11 million viewers, a 23% decline from last year's game 3, which averaged the lowest audience in any individual game on record. Speaking of last night on Thursday Night Football, Will Levis threw an interception in the end zone to end the Titans' chances to defeat the Steelers. Pittsburgh gets the win 20-16. We are your home for Paladins football and basketball. Tune in Saturday as Furman takes on Chattanooga starting at noon right here on your home for Furman football and basketball, the Fan Upstate. I do believe that I have offended the Rob Brown. Yes, they are, Zach. We get Jarrell and John in the next hour, I believe. I could actually look at the sheet. Yep, 8:40. Yeah, he does not like that crying baby. I don't know if it's because it's a kid or it's That's my favorite sound I play. I love the yang, 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 yang thing because if you've ever been a parent, you've seen your kid do that before. I guess you don't have to be a parent to see a kid do that, but it's the simple things that bring you joy. Zach, I've been here 26 years now, so I've almost lived here half my life. Actually, I might have been here over 26 years. I've been in radio for 26 years. Well, we moved here, and within like 2 months, I got a radio job, which was weird since went to school to record bands, not to do radio. It's also kind of wild that two of my producers right now both followed the same path, and are easier to teach, which is weird. I guess I don't know. Most of the people that have come here except from North Greenville, they usually teach you pretty well, but you have a perceived notion of how radio actually is till you actually get in and start working on it. And then there are some things that are taught that you have to say, no, you don't do that. Lots of confusion about the top and the bottom of an hour, which is just so weird.
Horseshoes and hand grenades.
And there's the fact that I don't remember the exact date that I moved here. I do know I've been in radio 26 years, and I know it was a couple months after I was here. I think it was like May when we moved here, and then like by August I had a radio job. Mad World in the first break.
Mad World in the first break.
Rob can't wear his glasses with the hat. It just doesn't work that way. Wear your glasses.
Correct.
He was asking. Yeah.
I'm sacrificing my vision for the hat.
There's that.
Good morning. Good morning.
Todd from Gaffney writes in on a demo Friday where we want to know where you are, who you are.
Sup, Todd?
How you're listening. Todd from Gaffney writes in and says, wait, I got to get it ready. Give him Dabo. And by him, he means Tyler from Spartanburg, obviously. So. It's Tyler. So good. So can Clemson beat Notre Dame? I don't see it happening.
Can they? Yeah, they can if they play how they should be playing. Because I mean, they're playing down. They're not playing to their potential. I mean, you've got to look at it. I mean, just from a recruit standpoint, Clemson is not playing to their potential.
Sure.
You could blame it on coaching. You could blame it on a lot of things. You could blame it on maybe they missed their quarterback. I mean, which happens on occasion. But Cade is not as bad as everyone is putting on him. But we don't know how many plays he just goes, nah, I ain't doing that. I'm doing this. I mean, so, you know.
How bad was it that got put out there, right? Like, I know I don't want to openly question it, but isn't that kind of one of those things you're like I know you're frustrated a bit, Dabo, but like keep it to yourself, dude. Like your quarterback's under enough fire. Maybe don't put that out there when you know that the guy taking notes in that press conference is sprinting over to Cade's locker like, Cade, Dabo said. Like maybe don't put him in that spot, bro.
we've seen different coaches motivate their players different ways, and you can't motivate the entire team the same exact way. You got to do it individually. And maybe he thought this would do the opposite of what it did.
Remember the conversation we had yesterday about not like actively avoiding doing things other hosts do because you don't want to get accused of stealing the gimmick? Remember who I told you I spent the first 10 years of my career being called? Texter says, Rob is a low-budget Jim Rome. For the record, Texter, yup.
I think they're because you don't make that money. That makes you low budget.
Low budget Rob Brown.
Well, there you go. Yeah,
it's just a low budget. I just am a low budget.
If you love to talk, go on the radio. If you love money, go into something else. I mean, yeah.
All right. We have got a lot of basketball. I had like 3 basketball things on the docket today. I'm just fascinated with hoops right now. It's new, right? I got the shiny new toy. Basketball just started. We're 5 games in. Let me have some fun. All right.
No, it's football season.
No. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, to clock in and lock in. It is time for my favorite bets of the week in both the NFL and collegiate football. It is time to clock in and lock in. I got a handful of them for you up and down the list this weekend. Now, these are not all necessarily going to be games that you're going to go out of your way to watch. These are just games that if you like to put some dimes down on the field, these are good picks for you. I'm going to open it up. Wyoming is -6 against Colorado State this weekend. Y'all, Wyoming is not a joke. This is a hard-nosed little football team. And as we have talked about, because some of us don't like the cold, some of us don't perform our best in the cold, Wyoming ain't scared. It can be in Colorado. It could be in Wyoming. It could be in Antarctica. Wyoming loves to play in the cold. They've got Colorado State. Now, Wyoming is coming off of back-to-back L's, and one of them, the offense struggled. They dropped one at Boise State 32-7. Far from the best performance. This is a Wyoming team that beat Texas Tech. This is a Wyoming team that for 3.5 quarters hung with Texas. They knocked off Appalachian State. They knocked off Fresno State and removed their national ranking. They lost by a single score to the Air Force Fighting Falcons. Maybe the best military academy football team of all time. They are lined up against the Colorado Rams, who are 3-5 right now. A Rams team that has lost to UNLV, Utah State. They got slammed by Colorado earlier in the year. You all remember that game. That game was 10 years ago, if I recall correctly. This Wyoming team is going to hang with the Rams, and you are going to have to lay only 6 points. That's an easy one. Give me the Cowboys. Lock it in. This one's free money, kids. I said you're not going to watch all of them. This one is one you should watch because this one is in the quad box. Washington against USC.
As opposed to, Clemson and Notre Dame, not in the quad box.
No, it's not.
Go ahead.
No, it's not. Washington, USC. Washington is favorited in this game. It is in LA. Washington's favorited by 3 points. Somebody explain this to me. Somebody explain to me how Washington football is favored by 3 points against a USC team that is, respectfully, not that good. Washington is undefeated. Yes, their offense has not looked quite as good for a couple of weeks, but they got back on the right path last week. This is a USC team that is currently at 7-2, and they lost to Notre Dame and Utah, 2 very good teams. Utah turned around and got absolutely shellacked by Oregon. They beat Cal by a point, 50-49. Washington's offense is dramatically better than Cal's. Somebody explain to me how the Huskies are only laying 3 in this game. Give me Washington, lay the 3 points, lock it in. I'm going to give you another one right here. LSU takes on Alabama this weekend. Alabama is laying 3. I have said a couple of times, this game is 100% a must-watch for me. I can't miss this game at 7:45 on CBS. And I'm laying the 3 with Alabama. I'm laying the 3 with Alabama. I think Alabama's about 7.5 points better than LSU. I like LSU. I like Jaden Daniels a lot. Like I've said, I think Jaden Daniels can win the Heisman Trophy with this game. If he goes out and lights it on fire against Alabama, not only will my bet fail, but Jaden Daniels will win the Heisman. Here's the problem. Alabama's got the biggest dogs up front that Jaden Daniels is going to face. And he's absolutely a QB that while he can get outside of the pocket and run, there's two factors. Number one, he's trying not to. That was the whole point of the season for Jaden Daniels. Make the legs be the second option, not the first. Last year, they were the first that got him in some trouble. This year, he is trying to hang in the pocket. And I think to some degree, hang in the pocket a little bit longer than I'd like. It's like he's trying to make the legs a third option. No, make him number 2. Make him number 1A. You got to go. The problem is he's not going to. A, and B, Alabama's strength on the defensive line to me is the defensive ends. It is setting the edge. It is setting a perimeter, keeping the QB in the pocket and making him throw against Kool-Aid and the gang. I like Alabama to win this game. I like them to win it by about a touchdown. Lock it in, Alabama -3. Let's go.
Kool-Aid in the gang. That was good.
Like that?
I did.
Kool-Aid McKinstry. Kool-Aid in the gang. I know. I thought of that as I was saying. I'm like, wait a minute. This is right there. How has Bama not printed this on a T-shirt yet? This is dope. Penn State's -9 taking on the Mighty Turtle. Listen, I like the Turtle, all right? I'm a big fan of the Turtle. The problem is the Turtle has a couple of times in big spots retreated into its shell because technically they're tortoises, and a tortoise does not retreat into the shell.
They're not really turtles. They're terrapins.
Aren't terrapins turtles?
They're like they might be a fighting tortoise. I don't know.
Let's see.
They have like scales. I mean, have like spikes on them.
Terrapins are turtles, not tortoises. Terrapins are one of several species of small turtle living in fresh or brackish water. Terrapins do not form a taxonomic unit and may not be closely related. Many belong to the family's Latin names I can't read.
They look like Pokemon.
They're turtles. There's a lot of different kinds. The name terrapin is derived from terope, a word in the Algonquian language. How about that?
Oh, Algonquin.
You all learned something new today, ladies and gentlemen. The Maryland terrapin specifically is a turtle called Malaclamus terrapin, known as the diamondback terrapin. It appears in the term because of the common usage during the colonial area of North America and was carried back to Great Britain. Since then, it has been used in common names for testudines in the English language. You're all quasi smarter than you were before.
Yeah, testudines. We talk about those all the time.
Yeah, big testudine guys over here. The turtle has retreated into its shell. I can say that now because terrapins are turtles, not tortoises. I got that wrong. They have lost 3 in a row. They started 5-0. They started with wins over Sparty, over Virginia, over Indiana. And in all those games, they looked real good. But Talia Tagovailoa has all but disappeared since then. They got spanked by the Buckeyes. Then they lost to Illinois. Then they lost to Northwestern. Penn State is playing for its life now because they can still get in, but they're going to need a lot of help in order to make it happen. Penn State, lay the 9, lock it in. Let's go. Washington State takes on Stanford this weekend. They are laying 13.5 in this game. They got to win by a couple of touchdowns, and they absolutely can. The Cardinal has played some decent football the last couple of weeks. The Cardinal has been shocking some people the last couple of weeks. They have also lost a pair of back-to-back top 25 games, but they hung 33 on Washington, a game that it took Michael Penix Jr. a while to break away. They did stink up the field against UCLA, but the week before that, they went to Colorado and they beat Deion. I think the only game that Deion was favored in this year that he dropped. So that being said, I like Stanford. They're a fun little team, but Washington State ain't no joke, dudes. Washington State is 4-4, but they can turn numbers. And I think they will this weekend. This is a team that's lost 4 in a row, but it was to 4 Pac-12 teams. The only one that I look at was like, that's a real bad loss, was a 38-27 L on the road at Arizona State. That's a tough place to play. All right. Washington State's not a bad little team. And the fact that I've only got to give up a couple of touchdowns to Stanford, I'm all in. Lock it in. And I've got two more for you. Let's go FSU over Pittsburgh. FSU laying 21.5. They got to win by 3 touchdowns or better. And I like them to in this game. Now, I think it's going to be a bet sweat game. I think it's a game that Florida State's going to have to put up like a last-minute touchdown, like a style point touchdown to get there. But I think that they can, and I think that they will. They are on the road at Pitt, but there is absolutely zero aspects of the game that Pat Narduzzi's squad is better than Florida State's. I thought Pitt's defense was going to shock some people this year. Florida State's defense is one of the best in the country. In fact, entering last week, Lonzo, there was only one team in America that was in the top 10 in both red zone offense and defense, and it was the Seminoles of Florida State. Their defense is one of the better defenses in the country that nobody's talking about. The Noles got to score 22 more than Pittsburgh, and I think they will. Let's lock it in. Florida State minus 20.5. Put it on the books. And then finally, friends, I will wrap it all up with the one that I talked about earlier in the day. Oregon, minus 24.5 over Cal. And y'all, I'm jumping all over that one. I'm jumping all over that one. I think Oregon is going to end up beating the brakes off of Cal. Why? They're 6-1. The Ducks are one of, I think, about 3 one-loss teams that can still very much get in. And that win on the road over Utah, the same Utah that beat USC the week before. That's a win that tells me this team is back. That's a team that tells me Dan Lanning has got this team on the right path. Give me the Oregon Ducks. I'm willing to lay all the points, and that's a lot of them because I got to lay 24.5 on this one, and I will. The Ducks are going to hang 50 on Cal this weekend. Oregon minus 24.5. Lock it in. All right. Let's take a look over at the NFL real quick because there's not a lot of games that I love in this one, but I do love this one. Somebody explain to me how the LA Rams are catching 3 points against Green Bay. A Green Bay team that, by the way, if you believe reports, is thinking about benching Jordan Love this weekend. He might get Desmond Rittered. He might get Marcus Mariota. Jordan Love is not him right now. In fact, he's playing real bad football. I don't understand how the Rams are getting 3 points. I've got them as the favorite to outright win this game. Rams plus 3. Lock it in. I don't bet on my own team. That's one of my 3 rules of gambling. Never bet on your own team. I don't care how tempted you are. Do not bet on your own team. But the Saints are laying 8.5 against the Bears. Lonzo, last week, the Saints offense went for up over 500 yards. That's the offense we've been waiting on happening. But my question is, was it because they were worse? They were playing the worst defense in the NFL in the Indianapolis Colts, or did the Saints find a little something? I'm banking on the Saints having found a little something. They've got Chicago coming to the house. They can win that game by 10. Give me the Saints minus 9.5. Question is, Zoe, and I'll let you answer. Am I nuts? Am I falling for it?
Is Justin Fields back?
He is not.
Okay.
Tyson Bagent.
Yeah, you should jump on that.
Not minus 9.5. Alonzo's going with me. I like it. Lay the points. Lock that one in. Here's one that I'm intrigued by. The Falcons are minus 4-point favorites over the Minnesota Vikings. If Kirk Cousins is playing,
yeah, whose backup is better?
That's the game. It's the backup quarterback game. Now, here's the difference. The Falcons have Bijan Robinson. The Vikings don't. They've got Madison. They've got Addison.
You know what the Vikings
Jefferson.
do have? They have a really bad defense.
They do have a really bad defense. And that is why I am all over. And y'all know I don't like an Atlanta Falcon. I'm all over Atlanta minus 4. I think at the end of this week, you've got 2 teams at the top of the NFC South, the Saints and the Falcons. I think the Falcons are winning this game outright. I think they're winning it by a couple of touchdowns. Why? Because Bijan Robinson is that dude, and this game is about who can run the football better. Now, absolutely, the Minnesota Vikings maybe have the best wide receiver core in the National Football League, but they're also going with, I told you yesterday, I told you before the day before that, who is the Vikings quarterback in this game tomorrow? Can anybody remember? Can anybody take a stab at it? Alonzo, you and I talked about this a lot yesterday.
Josh Dobbs.
No, he is their 3rd-string quarterback. Well, technically, he's their 2nd-string quarterback now that Kirk Cousins is out. Jaron Hall is getting the nod. Jaron who? He's a BYU player. He's a dual-threat quarterback. who has never started a game, 5th-round draft pick. I'm excited to see what the young man does, but in a game like this, it's about who can run the ball. Give me Bijan Robinson. Falcons -4.
You know, that guy, I already forgot his name. He won't make it a quarter before Josh Dobbs comes in and runs a basic offense.
I will feel awful for him. But here's the thing. Will Levis surprised this. Why not a 5th-round draft pick out of BYU? What if we have Tom Brady volume 2.0? Give it to me. Let's go. Falcons -4. Lock that in. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you an upset pick for the weekend. Although I don't necessarily know that this is an upset or that big of an upset pick. The Houston Texans take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Texans are -2.5 over Tampa Bay. Y'all, Tampa Bay is going to win this game. All right? Tampa Bay is going to win this game. It is not that I'm panicking because Houston lost to the Carolina Panthers. I'm not. I called that shot before it happened and believed it. Put money on the line. Carolina was going to outright win that game, and they got it. It is because the Buccaneers are going to bounce back. This team's not done. This team has had a couple of struggles the last couple of weeks, but I am not writing off that Bills loss as the end. They've lost 3 in a row. 2 of them were to the Lions and the Bills. 1 of them was to the Falcons. That was a bad loss. I am not saying it's not. That game was at home as well. But this team is far from done, especially considering they know if they are, either the Falcons or the Saints are both going to lose or are going to win this weekend, which they've already got 1 game up on Tampa Bay right now. Tampa Bay is going to beat the Houston Texans. And by the way, if you bet Tampa, you are catching 2.5 points. Tampa +2.5. Last one of the weekend. Lock it in. There it is. Do I like the Panthers +2.5 over Indianapolis? I think I do. I'm not gonna hit it with a lock, but I am gonna think about it. Let's take a break. When we come back here in just a minute, we'll talk a little bit about South Carolina, Jacksonville State. We got Clemson, Notre Dame. Then we'll be joined by Jarrell Hendricks and John Epps from Moving the Chains to talk local high school playoff football. And the last hour, it's all yours on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate.
Mad World.
All right, guys, quick live read right here. Stay right there. We'll be right back. Let's pull up the bracket.
At Granger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who master the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial grade supplies for every industry, with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. All backed by real people.
All right, here's your bracket for Class 5A. TL Hanna versus Fort Mill, Dutch Fork against Boiling Springs. The first team is the home team. Clover at Woodmont, Gaffney at Lexington, Rock Hill hosts Spartanburg, JL Man hosts Blythewood, Burns hosts Dorman, and Nation Ford hosts Hillcrest. The winner of Nation Ford Hillcrest gets the winner of Burns Dorman at Burns. The winner of Rock Hill Spartanburg gets the winner of JL Man Blythewood, and the Rock Hill Spartanburg winner will host.
For sure, Spartanburg already won.
What's that?
I think Spartanburg won last night.
They haven't updated that bracket. You said they played last night. That's right. So the winner of JL Man will travel to Spartanburg. Here's what's interesting for Burns. I actually got it wrong. I thought they got 3 home games. That is not correct because of the travel rules. If Burns gets by Dorman and the winner of Nation Ford Hillcrest, they will actually travel to whoever comes out of that bracket above. That means that, my understanding, I could be incorrect. I'm going to ask Jarrell and John in a minute. But there is a possibility that if Spartanburg wins their game next week, that Burns could have to travel to Spartanburg despite winning the region that Spartanburg is also in. I really don't.
As far as travel goes, that would be better than having to go somewhere.
I don't disagree, because if they catch Blythewood, they got to go to Columbia for that.
Right,
game,
right.
Which also means I got to go to Columbia for that game. I'm sure the Burns fans will love winning the region Spartanburg's in, but having to go to Spartanburg for the playoff game. I mean, I guess at least it's relatively close.
Dude, quit throwing people under the bus.
Even
if it bothers you.
Who am I throwing under the bus? The South Carolina High School Athletic Association?
I'm looking at what you tweeted.
The one I just posted?
Yes.
Who did I throw on the bus? Yeah, wash your hands.
Yeah. You only do that if you walked into the restroom and saw someone not do it. And so you're throwing someone under the bus. And so
I'm throwing everyone who doesn't wash their hands under the bus.
No.
Yes, if you don't wash your hands after.
What you're saying is there's someone in this building who didn't do it, and you know,
that
people.
was from a bar last night.
Okay, all right. Then why would you post it now? Because it makes it look like. It makes it look like you just went in the bathroom here and just.
I think you go looking for reasons.
Do not. I'm trying to protect my fellow employee.
Wait, so you have someone in your brain that is a notorious non-hand washer?
That's not. It looks like you're wearing the same thing.
Oh, I am, because I had this jacket on last night.
Okay, so which would make people think that this incident just happened.
No, but if it did, I will absolutely throw somebody. Not by name. I won't do it by name.
But you don't have to.
No, I do.
mean, no.
If you don't wash your hands after touching your wiener, you're gross. I don't care if you're my own brother. You're gross.
I don't know why you bring your brother into this. So now you're implying that your brother does that.
I'm not implying anything.
Yeah, I think everyone heard you imply that your brother does that.
If you touch him,
he'll sue you.
No, he won't. He's criminal defense.
Yeah, but he can jump on the other side if he needs to.
Yes. If you don't wash your hands after going to the bathroom, I will throw you under the bus. 100%.
Not the point. Also,
I don't care if I work with you. I don't care if you're family.
Also,
family.
8 seconds, man.
This is the point. This
okay.
is the point
all
of this
right.
segment.
Okay. All right.
Wash your hands, you lunatics. I posted a picture during the break. I went last night. Last night was the Greenville Triumphs send-off party, right? They had a little party. Friend of the show, John Harks, was out there. We were all kind of saying thanks and goodbye. And after the party came to its conclusion, some of us in the Reedy River Riot decided to go out and watch the Thursday night football game. And in the watering hole that we designated as our football watching venue, I went to the restroom. And as I went to wash my hands, because I'm not an animal, over the bar or over the sink in the bar was a sign. And that sign said, wash your hands for 30 seconds. And if you don't know how to time 30 seconds, so wash your hands for at least 20 seconds. Don't know how long 20 seconds is. Just sing the lyrics below. Bonus points if you sing really loudly. And they had the lyrics, of course, to Mr. Brightside, the opening lyrics to Mr. Brightside,
which would imply that anyone who's in that bar would know that song.
Coming out of my cage, and I'll be doing just fine.
It's a sad song. I don't know why you guys think that's a great song.
Because it's a banger. It's a banger.
Is it?
It's a banger.
Is it?
You're allowed to enjoy things that are sad.
Are you?
Yes, we all experience sadness. It's okay to connect to something that's sad. Yes.
Stop watching, dude. It's not sad. Just stop. It's creepy.
His chest now.
Why are you seeing all this? Stop watching.
Let me go.
This is a song about voyeurism, and you're okay with it.
It's a dream, man.
Is
it's
it?
A dream. It's
is
in
it?
his head.
I don't
It's in
know.
his head.
It sure does sound like he's watching.
Point is, I hate that I live in a world where a sign has to, where a bar has to come up with a funny sign to get people to wash their hands. And Lonzo's like, don't post that because it seems like you're throwing somebody under the bus.
No. You just now posted it, which makes it look like you saw someone in the restroom here. There's only a few people in the building, so people can start narrowing down. Okay, there's only so many guys. Which famous person in this building does not wash their hands? You're throwing people under the bus, and you're wearing the same jacket now that you were wearing last night, so it looks like you just did it.
Let me be abundantly clear.
Put some thought into what you're doing. That's all I'm saying. Just a little thought.
No, see, that's where you're wrong. I did think about it. Now, I didn't do it for the reason that you said. I did it but a very similar point, which is I think it's a damn shame we live in a world where a bar has to say, hey, did you go to the bathroom? Wash your hands, you filthy animal. Yes, I'm going to tell you right now, one of the things that this nation is lacking, and I mean this, I'm about to go full boomer on you right now. One of the things that this country is lacking is we have lost shame, because we've gotten to a point now, this is my boomerist take, where it's bad to shame people. No, some people need to be shamed. Some people need to be shamed into submission. If you go to the bathroom, touch your junk, and then don't wash your hands, I don't care if you are my blood relative. You need to be shamed for that. Wash your hands before you touch the things that other people touch.
All right. Nolan on the stream says, what makes you the arbiter of holly and jolly, and also washing hands? What makes you the arbiter? Are you the monitor? Do we have to tip you when we come out of the room? Is that what you're doing now? Is that one of your 37 jobs to be in this restroom or other restrooms and go, he didn't wash his hands. Hey, everybody, look at him.
Yes,
I mean,
people should be shamed.
Yes, okay, all right.
Touching your wiener.
All right,
and then not washing your hands.
You don't really need to paint that visual. I think everyone knows what it is.
Okay, then everyone should wash their hands. But the fact that they have to put
so
up a sign,
women don't have to wash their hands.
No, everyone. People, if you're a human being, wash your hands. Just wash your hands. It takes 20 seconds. You don't even have to sing the whole Killers song. You can just do the opening verse of the song, and that's all you need. Hot water, wash your hands, and you get to sing Mr. Brightside in public.
Yeah,
how great is
let's
that?
sing a song about voyeurism while you're in the restroom. Yeah, that's a smart move. That's I'm watching while I'm in the restroom. Not only am I watching people wash their hands, maybe I'm watching something else, because that's what that song is talking about. And you're singing it in the restroom.
Wash your hands, you animals. All right. That's all I'm saying. It is of all the things that Diesel and I have bonded over, this is at the top of the list. We have bonded over Limp Bizkit.
Okay, in case you guys didn't know it, Diesel does the show in the afternoon. I think you're making an assumption that everyone knows who he is.
Oh, he's world famous. He's the most famous guy on this radio station.
His beard is. That doesn't mean the person is.
The point here is.
Yeah, anytime I disagree with him, he goes back to Diesel. I mean, bringing the X into it.
No.
You notice that? That's kind of messed up.
The point here is, if you think that not shaming someone, or if you think that shaming someone is worse than someone going to the bathroom and not washing their hands, we have a major philosophical difference on like life as a whole. If you go to the bathroom, wash your hands. This is not complicated. My nephew's 5 years old, and he knows that. We don't have to tell him, wash your hands. He's like, hey, I touched it. I should probably wash my hands before I touch anything else. And he's 5 or 6 or whatever. I'm a bad uncle. I don't know. The point here is wash your hands, you psychopaths.
All right, this whole rant is over you posting that. If you posted it last night, I would still judge you because you're judging other people.
Yes, I am.
But when you post it after going to the restroom and walking back into this room, it implies that you posted it about someone here, which means you're calling out a fellow employee, and everyone here needs to rise up and come at you and give you what for. Give you one of these.
We should defend people who touch their privates and then other things without washing their hands. That's what we should do.
It's not about that. It's not about that. It's snitches, man. And that's what you're doing.
Yes.
You snitched. You being a snitch.
Need to be snitched on.
You know what you get. That's all I'm saying.
Bro, I just want you to know there's a better than good chance that when you walk out of this room, the next door handle you touch is going to have been previously touched by a hand that had previously touched somebody's willy.
Rob,
you're good with that?
I don't care. Okay. I'm not going to give it, extreme thought, because chances are if you touch a wall when you walk into a movie theater, if you touch, dude, there are germs everywhere. I mean, get over it.
No, I shan't. I can't. Texter just said, I wash my hands after touching my dog for, I beeped it, but my thing's not on.
Well, good for you.
For bleeps.
Well,
sake.
I'll turn it back up, but your autoplay keeps happening and I have to turn it down.
Wash your hands. All right. Just wash your hands. Just wash your hands. Just wash your hands. Just wash them. It's easy. It's 20 seconds. It's the first verse of
If you do not,
shame.
Rob will shame you.
Shame. Yes, I will.
While singing a song about watching while in the bathroom.
Shame. All right. Let's take a break because when we come back, we have noted hand washers Jarrell Hendricks and John Epps joining the show. We are going to take a look up and down the high school football playoff brackets because high school football playoffs are underway. Burns, Dorman tonight. We'll look at that one and all of the rest of the playoff games taking place around the upstate. When we come back, I'm going to go wash my hands now just for fun.
Yeah, nobody cares.
The Rob Brown Show's on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we're going to step away for just a second while we get the boys lined up. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere. What up, fellas?
What's going on?
What are we doing, boys? Kev had to go play golf again?
Probably. Who knows?
He's at a Kelsey Ballerini concert.
Well, I know for a fact she's not playing a show at 8:40 in the morning. All right.
You are correct.
This is a private show.
It's not. It's Kevin.
Okay. I'm just saying.
Kevin's not catching an invite to a private Chelsea Ballerina show.
Who's Kelsey Ballerini?
She's a country music superstar, Alonzo.
What's country?
The heartbeat of America.
Is it?
Yes.
Wow.
Is she a superstar?
I think she's hit that rank. She's not she's not Tay-Tay. She ain't Reba.
Okay.
She's in that next tier.
Country is torture in Guantanamo Bay, so I don't care.
My dad has the same view. It's the work of the devil, he says.
He's right. He's absolutely right.
I didn't listen to country music until I got to college.
See, I listened to it up until I got to college, and then the bro country took over, and that's when I checked out.
Ooh, samesies.
Yeah, see, that's what me and Kevin love.
Yeah, the bro country. I know.
Yeah, I admit it. I'm not gonna.
And I don't understand it, John. George Strait is right there for you.
Hey, I like George Strait too.
Guys are all speaking a foreign language to me. I just, whatever.
The bro country can take a back seat.
Stop throwing up country artists on the stream because I don't care.
Tyler Childers is great. I do like Tyler Childers.
Don't make me block all of you.
Zach Bryan's really good too.
I do like Tyler Childers. Morgan Wallen can get lost. He does nothing for me.
Oh, I like him.
I know you do.
No, Zach, country is easy. Anyone can do country. Anyone can write country. Anyone can sing country. It's just, I've proven it. And I can prove it even further. It's just, it's embarrassing how simple it is. Some people get really angry when you say that kind of stuff too.
Yeah, I don't care.
I'm not into instigating or causing people to be angry at all. That's not. I'm of peace.
We just outright lying on the stream today. All right.
It's called sarcasm, Rob.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Rob Brown Show rolls on, wrapping up hour number 3 of 4 here on a Football Friday. And hey, wouldn't you know it, speaking of football, we've got some tonight as the South Carolina high school football playoffs are officially underway. Joining us now from the Moving the Chains podcast, which you can find on all the social media at Moving Chains, no G, because they're G's like that. We got Jarrell Hendricks in the house. We got John Epps in the house. What's the word, fellas? How we doing?
I'm doing great.
Hey,
It's a little early for me.
And then everybody talk at once. We're going to get through this. We are.
No, I'm fantastic. This is exciting, man. Round 1 of the playoffs. Let's go. You can't, Friday Night Lights is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, man.
Got a lot of contenders in the upstate this year.
We do. I checked in on y'all's Friday night spaces last Friday on the drive back from Gaffney after Burns won the region championship, and we'll come to that here in just a minute. But I know you guys started talking a little bit about some of the contenders. If I told you right now, you got to give me one team in the upstate that you're throwing a paycheck out to walk out of here with a state title, who you picking, John?
I'm going with Burns.
Really?
I think they got it all put together. Good defense, good quarterback, good weapons.
Yeah, if I'm going upstate exclusively, I gotta pick one. I'm going with the Rebels for sure.
Man, I like it. Here's the one concern I have about Burns. In every region game, which they've won all of them, but in every region game, fellas, build up a lead, give it back in the late third and early fourth, and end up in a fist fight down the stretch, which, I think you get a little bit more margin of error in the regular season. But now not only do you not have that margin of error, but now the Spartanburgs and the Dormans, they've seen you already. They've got a little tape on, they've got a little more tape on you against them specifically. The big concern I have for the Rebels is, can you build up another one of those 14, 17, 20, 21 point leads? More importantly, can you play when you have it, right? Like, that's been the big concern for the Rebels. So my question to you guys is, who out of the bottom portion of that bracket that they are in right now, who do you think is the team that has the best capability to prevent Burns from building up that big lead that lets them, win a fist fight just by having more points late?
The team that scares me every year in the playoff, not scares me, but just sneaks up on people, I think, a little bit, is TL Hanna. They don't run a sexy offense. They got the ball on the ground, running it, option up type offense. But at the end of the year, of the playoffs, they're always around, and they're knocking off your big time teams. They're knocking off your Burns or your Hillcrest late in the playoffs. When you think another team with a ton of weapons on the outside can throw the ball downfield is going to beat them, they end up winning the ball game. And that's the team that I think really scares me. And Upper State's loaded. It's not just TL Hanna, but that's a team that catches my eye immediately, could be a problem late in the playoffs.
Hey, one that I gotta circle is the Spartanburg Vikings, man. That's a team last night. They kicked off the playoffs right. They won 31-7 in dominating fashion over Rock Hill. This is a team that's played a tight game with Burns already. This is a team that has probably one of the best defenses in the state, in the upstate. They just haven't been able to figure out how to score enough points. They've put up 31 and then 35 last week. Maybe they're getting some things going. That's a very dangerous team. You got Coach Hodge there, who knows how to get it done, knows how to win state championships. So watch out for Spartanburg for sure.
All right, let's talk about tonight's game. Burns is taking on Dorman. We got that game for you right here on the Fan Upstate with the sexiest play-by-play guy in the Upstate. Very excited about it. Talk to me about this game. We go back in the regular season. These two teams met. It was, as I talked about, one of those games where Burns built up a lead, and then they just kind of let Dorman stick around, fight back a score at a time. Now that Dorman's got some tape on the Rebels, this one is at Burns. I think it is going to end up being a fist fight for these two teams. I think Burns is better on paper, but this one could be a fight, fellas.
It could be, but I think that close game a few weeks ago bodes well for Burns, because this is a game where Burns should certainly win, and they should win handedly, honestly. But being that game was close a few weeks ago, this will have their full attention, in preparation this week, and then tonight once the game actually kicks off. I think Burns will take Dorman very seriously because they know what they're capable of, and they know that they don't play well, they can very well lose this game. I think that's actually a good thing for the Rebels. Get your attention, get focused here in a first-round game. I think Burns, I'm not going to say they roll, but I don't think we're going to see another 2-point, one-score game again tonight.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost on this one too. I really don't know which way to lean. On paper, like you were saying, Rob, this should be a 14, 17, 21-point victory, easy win, go into the next round. But I've been scared with Burns this entire year. I think they're extremely talented. But even like last week, they go up 24-0. They let Gaffney come back into that game a little bit. It wasn't really in doubt, but you just hate to see that.
Jarrell, it was in doubt, bro. I was there. It was in doubt.
For sure, but it's one of those things where you just don't know what Burns team you're going to get. You just want to see them just dominating an opponent. I think that's what I want to see tonight. Like Burns just come out and dominate. No, they're starting to get healthy. Got RJ back. RJ's Livingston back, even with one arm, making plays last week and things like that. But I just don't know. I think Burns is the best team. Would bet my check, but I'm just afraid of what team you're going to see each and every week.
Indialand at Greer. Greer ends their regular season 5-5, but 4-0 in the region. You guys mentioned specifically it was a tough non-regional schedule for the Greer Yellow Jackets, including one against the Burns Rebels earlier in the year. How are we looking on this one?
You know, I like Indian Land in this game. I think they're the better team overall, but Greer's been playing some pretty good football last few weeks. You know, they just rolled over Riverside last week, 42-21, which a little bit surprising to me. I think Greer's got a serious chance to win this game. And I know they're the home team. They're playing under the water tower tonight. That's an awesome place to go to a game. But I think even though they're at home, Indian Land is probably the better team in this one. But I think Indian Land wins the game. But hey, home field advantage says a lot. You know, we'll see what that does tonight under the water tower for the Yellow Jackets. I like Indian Land in a close one. But this will be some good talent on the football field. Be a good game to go to tonight.
I'm going to go with Greer in this one. I like the Yellow Jackets here. I think both teams are battle tested. John makes a great point with Indian Land. I think they were battle tested in region and out of region. I think Greer's schedule kind of lightened up as they got into region play. But I still like those playmakers they have. LaDainian Martin's a stud. Chase Bird's a stud. The quarterback Chris Hall's played really good football. I think that that home field advantage is the difference, and Greer gets it done this weekend.
All right, real quick, we won't spend a ton of time on it, just 15, 20 seconds a piece on it, but Spartanburg, 31-7 winners over Rock Hill last night. From what I understand, not a bad Rock Hill program. Spartanburg finding a little offense late in the season.
Yeah, you know, Rock Hill, they have been down last few years. It's good to see a Rock Hill program back relevant again, but Spartanburg, they found that offense. They can be dangerous now.
Yeah, the same thing. Rock Hill historically great. I think they're building back to that point. But Spartanburg, that offense is starting to go, and I think the Vikings are a dangerous team.
Hillcrest at Nation Ford. This is a team in the bottom portion of the Burns bracket that they could bump into one of these two down the line. Talk to me about that one, fellas.
Yeah, Hillcrest, a ton of talent on the football field for those guys. They haven't seemed to put a full 48-minute game together yet. They've got the playoffs to do that. The winner of this game tonight will play the winner of Burns-Dorman next Friday.
Let's go down a couple of levels. Let's talk Crescent at Chapman. Man, this Chapman Panther team has been fun to pay attention to this year. They are at home tonight.
Yeah, Chapman is a very fun football program. I think they're top 5 caliber state championship contending. They should roll Crescent tonight. No offense to those guys, but Chapman's very good. We saw them last week. Matthias Scott, Coleman Gray, Rashawn Cunningham. They got a lot of stars. I mean, heck, they beat Burns this year.
Let's take a look at a couple more before we get out of here for the day, boys. Let's look at Woodruff at Wren.
I really like this Wren football team. This is another team that had a really tough out-of-region schedule. They got some good talent. They're younger, but they're starting to gel as the season went on. They got better. Region play helped them out a lot. I think Wren wins this game, and I think Wren could be a little bit of a problem in the playoffs.
Yeah, Wren ran into a bus all last week against BHP. No loss there. Woodruff is a very, very young team. I think they're a year away. Wren should win this football game, but I do like what Coach Sloan and Woodruff is building over there.
TR on the road at Pendleton tonight.
Pendleton lights up the scoreboard. Luke Scott quarterback there. They throw it all over the yard. TR kind of backdoored into the playoffs. They play in a difficult region, but I don't think they're ready for the Bulldogs tonight. I think Pendleton rolls.
I love it. I love it. We got Jarrell Hendricks, John Epps from Moving the Change. You can find their stuff on the social media at Moving Change. You can also check out their podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, wherever major podcasts are found. Where are you fellas going to be headed tonight?
We are headed over to Greer under the water tower. So we're going to check out that Indian Land game. Should be a good one. If you see us out there, come say hello. We're looking forward to it. And hopefully you guys will join us on Friday Night Spaces. The best play-by-play high school guy in the upstate is the entire state of South Carolina should be joining us as well.
Some say even in the country.
Y'all got Cole Bryson coming by. That's awesome. I'm looking forward to it. We will be checking in on the Friday Night Spaces, twitter.com/moving chains. It is phenomenal. And by the way, I will tell you guys, for those of you that have not checked it in yet, my favorite part about it is not just the very handsome play-by-play guys that come by, but you guys have head coaches that are popping in. You guys have players that are popping in. Like, there is no better perspective on the game than the dudes that are on the field playing it. It is an awesome, awesome Friday night activity. If you're driving home on the way home from a game, check in and listen to it. Fellas, excellent work as always, boys. And tell Kevin enjoy his concert or whatever. Loser.
Will do.
Too good. Too good. Appreciate you guys. We really do.
You got it, fellas. We'll see y'all tonight. That is Jarrell Hendricks. That is John Epps. Check out their stuff again at movinchains.com and across all their social media at Movin' Chains. Let's take a break. We'll come back here. Lonzo's got a sports flash, and then it's all you on the way out. The final hour of the Rob Brown Show is next right here on the Fan Upstate.
I can guarantee no Kelsey Ballerini here. Last night on Thursday Night Football, Will Levis threw an interception in the end zone to end the Titans' chance to defeat the Steelers. Pittsburgh gets the win 20-16. Connor Stallions is still under the radar as Purdue head coach Ryan Walters says the school has evidence that Michigan staffers were at the Purdue game this year. Walters said they weren't allegations. It happened. There's video evidence. Big Ten President Tony Petitti will be in Ann Arbor today for a field hockey tournament and will meet with Michigan officials. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. as the Burns Rebels take on the Dortmund Cavaliers in the first round of the high school football playoffs. Rob Brown brings you all the play-by-play action right here on your home for Burns football, the Fan Upstate. All right, Zach, as for your music question, I listen to all kinds of music, anything that's not country. So I will be listening to 21 Pilots, Cage the Elephant, Boston, a theme from a video game or an anime, anything 80s because I'm old. So a lot of music. I just don't like country. So if you want to come at me specifically for the style of music I listen to, you're going to have a problem because I listen to a lot. Very eclectic. And there are some things that you just don't like, you know? And then there are some things you don't like, and then you find out that people get offended that you don't like it, and it makes you enjoy that you don't like them.
There is a difference between you don't like and you openly talk smack about things that people do like. It's not that someone doesn't like country. I understand. It's that someone just constantly insults country.
I don't constantly insult them. If
Just
I did,
only every time it's brought up.
yeah, well, there's that. I mean, yeah. It got to be me, yo. Got to be me. Just like Rob Brown will, if the name Urban Meyer is mentioned, will go into a tirade about Urban Meyer. I got to do the same thing with a little less, I don't know, anger or vitriol or venom or whatever. Yes. I have an epileptic taste in music too. I don't know if you meant that on purpose, but yeah, I think you meant eclectic. That's a hard word. No way I could spell it. No. I don't harass, and although I am, making fun of it on the airwaves and have for my entire radio career, I don't, put out posts and things like that. What's worse is when he and I don't like something together, then just look out. No, and I think that's a song by Hall & Oates. I could be wrong. No, it's Rich Girl. It's not Rich Man. My bad.
But it doesn't really matter anyway.
It has to do with money, especially the old man's money. They also call her a name in there, and they got away with it on the airwaves back in the 80s. Gable's in the first break. I'm not going to criticize. Well, yeah, I will criticize pronunciation. Never mind. Did you say Richmond instead of Richmond? I may have missed that.
Been to Richmond. That's where Virginia plays. That's how it goes, right?
I think so. You could be right.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final hour of the Rob Brown Show starts now. This is the Fan Upstate.
Yeah.
How do you do? Yeah. Let's get it. 60 more minutes of sports talk, entertainment, greatness comes your way starting right this very second. I'm not going to play with it anymore.
Yeah, stop it.
You know what I'm going to do after that? Wash my hands. We just got a text that says, Lonzo, Mr. Brightside isn't a song about voyeurism. It depicts a true story of Flowers' jealousy and paranoia when he walked into a bar in Las Vegas and found his girlfriend cheating on him. So there you go.
Did he see her do it?
That's what he just said.
Okay. What's voyeurism? It's watching.
If you
So I mean, technically,
stop voyeurisming me right now.
Technically,
right now, you're a voyeur.
I'm eyeballing you, or I'm trying to, but that sweet hat, the brim's kind of in the way. I can't see your eyes.
I'm a curl brim guy, by the way.
I don't.
Give me that bendy brim.
Doesn't that get in the way of you being able to see though?
No, man.
When you
And even if it did, it looks
all right. Why do you have to curl the brim?
On specific hats. I'm also a flat brim guy.
But I'm trying to understand why you feel the need to do that.
Sunlight comes from the side. It comes from the side.
Also, it's helping out your peripheral.
It's totally a baseball thing.
It's like blinders.
Yeah, because if I'm gonna
for a horse,
if I'm gonna voyeurism that way, I want the sun blocked.
Well, no,
if I'm gonna do a voyeurism.
I'm guessing if you're voyeuring, that you don't want people to know that you're voyeuring, so you just kind of side eye it.
Will Levis last night had himself another night and did his darndest to try to get the Tennessee Titans a dub over the Pittsburgh Steelers. He came up just shy, had a game-winning drive in the works. 6 seconds left, took a stab at the end zone and threw his only pick of the evening as the Titans fall 20-16 to the Steelers. And by the way, the Steelers had an atrocious start to the season. They got blown out by the 49ers. They beat the Browns and the Raiders. They lost to the Texans. They've lost to the Jaguars. But y'all, the Steelers are 5-3, and maybe, just maybe, potentially, possibly, they're not quite as bad as everybody thought that they were going to be behind Kenny Baby Hands Pickett. But Will Levis is a dudes. Like, that guy played a game last night. 22 of 39, 262, no touches to be thrown, but at the same time, DeAndre Hopkins was getting bracketed every time down the field. It was kind of ridiculous. Like, and it should be. He threw 3 touchdown passes to DeAndre Hopkins the week before. So they said, all right, let's see if you can do it without your wide receiver one. We'll see if you can do it without your Pro Bowler on the outside. And he almost did. Outdueled Kenny Pickett, 19 of 30, $160 and a touch for KP. But Will Levis is a story right now, and it's incredible what happens when you give a rookie quarterback wide receivers that are good. It's incredible what happens. They can go for 262 and nearly win a game over a 5-13.
Can we just do one show without it? Okay, just one show. I mean,
Nope.
All right.
Nope.
Well, okay.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
I just don't. I mean, there's got to be money involved, pictures, something. Never seen the love that I see coming out of you for Bryce Young.
James said, gosh, if only another team looking for wide receiver help had tried to sign him. I mean, I done tried to tell you. Should have been. Now, you got to keep in mind that D-Hop did not want to play with the rookie QB. That was the whole reason he didn't end up. Because I'll tell you where he would have fit beautifully, Houston. He'd have fit beautifully in Houston. Him with Nico on the other side would have been terrifying with CJ Stroud throwing the rock, but he didn't want to play with a rookie QB. He was not brought to Tennessee to play with Will Levis. He was brought there to play with Ryan Tannehill, and now Will Levis. Has Will Levis taken Ryan Tannehill's job?
I would say absolutely.
Hell yeah, I would say absolutely. Absolutely, I'd say absolutely. Dude's killing the game right now. We talked about a couple of other games I like this weekend. Including the fact that Lonzo gets to be up bright, early, and bushy-tailed on Sunday morning because live from Frankfurt, Germany, his Kansas City Chiefs host the Miami Dolphins.
Dude, that's not bright and early, as you well know.
Not anymore.
Yeah, that's like I've been
30. We're damn near done.
I've been up a couple hours. I'm good. Even on the weekend when I managed Sunday to make it to like 7:30.
Everybody told me that was going to happen to me. It has not. It is not. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now. The alarm will be set for 9:28 on Sunday morning, and that game's getting watched from bed.
Well, I don't set an alarm on the weekend, and even before we went back to mornings, I did mornings for so long that I automatically wake up around 6:30 and force myself to stay in bed till 7. So I usually get up at around 7 anyway. So which is still like 4 hours or 3 hours later than what I normally sleep now.
I'll tell you who has gotten on the new schedule, the dog. The dog's on the new schedule now. It took her a few weeks, but the dog's on the new schedule. About 4 a.m., the dog is like, so we had to transition. The dog sleeps on her own bed on the floor now. Like initially she slept in the bed. We didn't care. We were fine. But then she started getting restless. About 4 a.m., I will feel the paws on the side of the bed and start hearing the please let me out whining. So she's kind of become the alarm. But it just started this week. So I'm real curious as to if she's going to wake me up at 4:30 on Sunday to go out. No.
Now I feel bad, but I kind of hope it happens because it's not her fault. You put her on a schedule.
I know. It's one I need to be on.
You know what else? You're going to try to go outside with just a jacket on and your boxers.
Nope. We got a lead that is connected to a stake in the yard that comes into the house. She gets clipped on the lead in the house and the door opens. She goes out. She can come back when she's ready. 8:30 a.m. Dolphins, Chiefs. Coin flip game to me, honestly. Coin flip game. Kansas City right now struggling offensively a little bit. They're still fine. They're 6-2. They're first in that division. They've taken 2 L's. One was to the Denver Broncos, but it was last week, and that was a bad one. Struggled to score points. But on the flip side, Patrick Mahomes was sick. I think we were all kind of expecting like, oh, it's flu game time. It's time for Patrick Mahomes' flu game. And it was not Patrick Mahomes' flu game. It was not the Chiefs' finest moment.
I think we've all had flu and know what that does to you.
It sucks.
You definitely don't want to be out on a football field.
No, it sucks. It really does. So hopefully he's back in 100%. But I'm going right now. This is a coin flip game to me. I'm not putting $1 on this game because this game could end with one team winning 35-7, the other team winning 35-7. It could be 26-24. Like, this game is a coin flip game to me, and I genuinely have no idea who wins it.
All right, this comes down to 2 things for me. Who acclimates better to the trip?
Sure.
And does Tyreek really want to show up his old team?
That angle is real interesting, right? That angle is real interesting. Does Tyreek go, hey, Tua?
Because I saw some things this week that he really, really wanted to stay in Kansas City, but they just didn't offer him enough money. But he had said that before, but it's come out again.
And for the record, he's earning that money, Jack.
He is.
He's earning that money. He and the most accurate quarterback in the National Football League.
I have nothing against him leaving. I mean, go where you can get the money. And at least he didn't do what some players do, and they want the money and they go somewhere else, and then their career goes downhill. His has not done that.
Let me address a text real quick that just came in. Texter said Panthers never sign or draft Clemson players. Not sure why, but that's why Nuke wasn't signed, I think. Let me go ahead and say that this is absolutely a college football lens looking to the NFL. I want you to know, and you probably already do, you just don't want to accept it. But let me make this clear. NFL franchises do not give a gosh darn about the college football players want to. They don't care. They don't care. If there's a great player from your college and it's nearby, they'll absolutely take him, but they are not going to bring in a guy because, oh, he's a Carolina guy. He's a Gamecock. He's a Tiger. He's a Furman. They're not going to bring in a
listen,
guy for that reason.
If you are especially sensitive about some things as a fan base and you look and you notice that, by the way, they're right. You look at them, that team rarely, if ever, takes a Clemson player. And maybe it just happens to be each year the need for the Panthers is not does not coincide with the player coming out of Clemson, and so they don't go after the player. But you could look at it that way. You absolutely could. Then you could look at some other teams like the Raiders when Gruden was there. Definitely a Clemson guy because he drafted a ton of Clemson people.
Hey, Philly is just the University of Georgia North right now. But you have to keep in mind.
And Ohio State shows up a bunch on a couple of teams. So, I mean.
Texture says, if they don't care, please tell me why the Panthers literally have never taken a Clemson player like ever. Because it doesn't line up. Listen, Carolina is never going to take a guy early or take a guy at a position they don't need because he went to Clemson or the Gamecocks or anywhere else. And I know this because I hear Saints fans do the same thing all the time. Now, over the last couple of years, the Saints have ended up with a couple of LSU players, but it is because those guys came in as free agents, like Tyrann Mathieu, who is a Saint right now, but was not for the prime of his career. He was a Chief.
Because, listen, the Saints is a Buckeye team.
Correct.
It is.
Correct. The Saints have got a bunch of Buckeyes playing down there for him right now. But that is because Ohio State has produced position players at places the Saints have needed. Chris Olave was needed by New Orleans. They needed a wide receiver because Mike Thomas, while a wonderful receiver, is not a speed guy. They needed a speed guy. Olave was right there. It was the right pick. They didn't do, we want another Buckeye. It's just that the guy that was right there was a Buckeye.
Where did Mike Thomas play college football?
Also a Buckeye.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Also a Buckeye. And they needed a Mike Thomas. Why? Because Marcus Colston retired. And Michael Thomas is just a younger, slightly less talented
You could
Marcus
look
Colston.
at it a different way and go, why do the Saints only pick Buckeyes players? Do they not like any other school? I mean, it just.
Well, first off, they don't. They took Brian Brissy this year. Clemson defensive tackle. First round pick is a Saint, right? Why? Because defensive tackle was a weak spot for New Orleans. I promise, I know it's tough to do.
Sensitive.
It is 100%.
Yes.
It is tough to, and I also think it's a college football mentality, right? Like if you are a college football first fan, your college football lens gets turned to the NFL, right? This is why I've said for years, I'm an NFL guy. And I've got people in my family who I like the Saints, but not that guy because he played for Florida or Arkansas or whatever. I don't care. You could bring in 50 players from my rival. If my Saints team was made of 53 players that all went to my rival team, but they won a Super Bowl, I would celebrate them like they were heroes, right? And on the flip side, you could send a guy from my college to the Atlanta Falcons. I will dislike him as an NFL player. Thanks for all you did, but I don't like you anymore.
All right, so I completely agree with you. I mean, there are Michigan players on the Kansas City Chiefs, but here's something else I will say. If they make a mistake, I say it's because of the school they went to.
I mean, you can still have fun with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of that creep, but the NFL is a business.
Yeah.
I don't think they purposefully go, I don't ever want a Clemson player on this team. Now, I would do something like that, but those guys are not going to do that. A couple different owners, and they're still not picking it. It's not tradition. It just happens to be available player during said draft. That's all it is.
If Lonzo was the GM of the Buckeyes and they needed a quarterback and there was a guaranteed hit out of Michigan to play quarterback, Lonzo's drafting that guy. All right? That's how it works. That's how the game
meant
gets
for the
played.
Chiefs.
Yes, for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
So, I get it, and it's certainly fun.
Yeah, I had to deal with Elvis Gerback for a couple of years. So, I mean, come on.
It's fun to be a conspiracy theorist, and if you are a college football first and only kind of guy, you can't, and I'm not saying this with any level of disrespect, though some of you will take it this way. If you are a college football is life guy, you cannot look at the NFL the way the NFL operates. You can't do it because that's your lens, right? And I understand it. I'm not hating on you in the least, but you can't look at the NFL where it runs like a business, because if you are a college football fan first, who looks at probably college football through the lens of idealism. Idealism is not the name of the game at the NFL. I promise you, if Clemson has a wide receiver, they don't. If they had a wide receiver that was a first-round draft pick wide receiver.
They have in the past had some
100%.
that could have been, yes.
But for the sake of moving forward, if you had a top-flight wide receiver available in the first round, and if the Carolina Panthers had a first-round draft pick, they're sure because they don't.
And if Dabo used the transfer portal, go ahead.
If Clemson had that guy, Carolina would take him. It's just that they have not matched up in the spots where they've needed those players, and they do not care about where you went to college in the least.
So if Chicago drafts a player out of Clemson in the first round, it's just like the Panthers drafted them this year. So take heart that way.
Take heart.
Yeah.
I think that it's got to be looked at from the perspective of, well, let me tell you about. There is one instance, I think, where a team will care where you went to college. You know what that one instance is? Drafting a wide receiver to play with a quarterback that they played with in college. That's it. That's the instance. They might give a little extra credence to a wide receiver who played Jamar out of LSU to play with Joe Burrow. They brought in Jamar Chase because he already had pre-built chemistry with Joe Burrow. That's why the Bengals made that move to get Jamar Chase with Joe B.
I would say Pittsburgh also, because they saw the quarterback play in Pittsburgh personally. And so they brought him in to be their quarterback.
See, I don't know. Maybe
and
or maybe not.
And he practiced at that facility. He did a lot of things. So they had more eyes on him than they would another quarterback.
That may or may not be true. That is a theory that I think absolutely holds water. That Kenny Pickett was right there in the backyard of the Steelers. They probably got to spend more time working with him than other guys, and they were like, okay, that's the dude. That's the guy we like. But again, if there would have been one of the other quarterbacks available, a higher rated quarterback at that spot, they would have passed over Kenny Pickett in a heartbeat.
Yeah, they would have.
Yeah, in a heartbeat. Because they don't care. It is not, the NFL is largely not built on idealism. College football is. I think this is the number one difference between college football and the NFL is that college football fans look at college football through this prism of idealism, right? Everything's amazing. It's traditions and pageantry and this, that, and the other. This is why it blows my mind every year when we start talking about TVs and bowl games and all that, and they're like, Rob, why isn't this that? And the answer is money. It's always money. I don't know, like, it comes across as rude. It's not meant to be, but this is why I get frustrated so many times when people call in and they go, Rob, why is the NCAA doing this? Why is my school doing that? Don't they understand they're impacting the fans? Yes, they understand. They don't care. The money comes first. The difference there is that the NFL doesn't try to hide that. It's always about the money. It's always going to be about the money. It is what it is, dude. It is what it is. If Carolina can get a guy out of Clemson or out of South Carolina that fits a need and is a top-tier caliber player, they'll absolutely take it. This is not some nefarious plan from Scott Fitterer, who's really a secret gamecock who hates Clemson. It's not, I promise. If somebody could come in from Clemson and make Scott Fitterer dubs and cash, he'd take him in a heartbeat. That's just how it works. All right. We were looking through the NFL schedule. Good text, Texter. You sparked a conversation. Bravo. Well done. We can continue that. In fact, let's do this. Let's run to a break. When we come back here in a minute, we will take a look at some of the bigger games of the weekend. Also, I will give you my thoughts. How does South Carolina make sure that they don't take a embarrassing loss?
By the way, real quick, Scott Fitterer went to UCLA and LSU. So
there you go.
Not a Clemson guy.
He still holds a grudge from the Joe Burrow year. No, we will coming up in the next segment. Take a look, a little Palmetto preview. Take a look at South Carolina, Jacksonville State, Clemson, Notre Dame. We'll see how both of them can win. Clemson can, but we'll talk about that next. I'm Rob Heaslon, so the Rob Brown Show rolls on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, another live read right here. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
All right. So according to the internet, there's more than one school, NFL team that hasn't drafted anyone from Clemson. Chicago, Denver, New England, and Carolina have never drafted a Clemson player. But, and I remember this too, there have been Clemson players who have signed with the Panthers. They just didn't make the team, including Mr. Oilcheck. And I forget his name. Linebacker. You know what I'm talking about, Oilcheck, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't remember who.
I forget his name. He was either a linebacker or a defensive lineman. I can't remember. White dude. Cannot remember his name.
Christian Wilkins?
No. I said white dude. Cannot remember his name. He's signed as a free agent. He may have not even made it on the 52. I can't remember his name, though. Someone out there remembers.
Was it an Ohio State game?
No. I'm talking.
Here's the headline I just found.
Talking about a Clemson player.
Clemson star explains why his teammate grabbed an Ohio State player's junk.
Oh yeah. That's the oil check thing.
Yeah.
Who was the name of the player?
Christian Wilkins.
No. There was somebody else. There's another guy.
I'm finding right now.
By the way, they've done that multiple times. They're known for that, unfortunately. Come on, people, you're letting me down because I can see him in the
Bouchard or something, says LB.
It might have started with a B.
Was it Bullware?
Could have been. I hate that I can't remember his name. Ben Bowler. And Christian Wilkins did that to Curtis Samuel.
Joey, I have no idea why. No idea why.
Ninja. I don't think so, Keegan. Does seem like there's a lot more Achilles stuff, but it probably isn't. Of course, none of those injuries have anything to do with turf. Not at all. That's all we do here, jaw-dropping moments. Oil checks and washing your hands.
Wash your friggin' hands. Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. We are just at this point taking a little gander up and down the football schedule for the weekend. If you want to jump in with some takes, you got it. 844-326-3663. The carpros.com text line. Man, took me a second. The carpros.com text line 71307 is there for you as well.
It's because you were still thinking about program, and that's why you stretched that out. So yeah, you forgot. It was a different word.
Let's go with that. Let's make me feel less dumb and say that's the reason. Minnesota's at Atlanta. I've already given you some thoughts on that one. Arizona at Cleveland. Nobody cares. The Rams at Green Bay. This one's interesting. It is at
Wait. You said no one cares about Arizona and Cleveland. Is Deshaun Watson playing?
Not that I believe.
Okay, I was just curious.
I think he's sitting out for a while. We'll see when Deshaun comes back. LA at Green Bay is interesting because Jordan Love could be benched. And I think if he's going to be benched, it's this game. If they can't figure out a way to make it competitive against the Rams, I still don't understand how the Saints lost to Jordan Love. I don't. He's been butt ever since then.
Is Green Bay like the Clemson of the NFL? They had two really good quarterbacks in Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, and they think the next guy is going to be the guy, and he comes in there and he's not.
No, I'll tell you why I think they feel that way. I think you feel that way because you had Jordan Love who rode Pine as the heir apparent to Aaron Rodgers.
But
keep in mind,
so did Aaron Rodgers. He rode Pine for a long time behind Brett Favre.
Keep in mind, you also, once Jordan Love was on, or when Aaron Rodgers was openly and publicly asking for the Packers to go get him talent, go get him help on the outside, go get wide receivers. And they said no. With a first-round draft pick, they said, no, we're going to draft the next QB. And so the thought there is...
So just like Clemson could go into the portal and bring in some help for Cade. I just see a similarity there. I
understand it. The thought there, if you're a Packers fan, has got to be, okay, if you believe in this guy enough that you did not give Rodgers help, which does two things. Number one, it tells me that you absolutely believe this guy can be the heir to the throne of the quarterback spot in Green Bay. And B, it tells me that you believe it so much that you don't care if Aaron Rodgers gets bleeped off and moves on, right? It's not only is it bringing this guy in instead of wide receiver talent, it's also straight up telling Aaron Rodgers, hey, if you move out, we're great. Like, we want you here. But if you're ready to go, we're happy to let you. And so I think the expectations were already heightened on Jordan Love. But when you created a world in which Aaron Rodgers doesn't get help so you can have him, if you're a Packers fan, you've got to be believing that that Jordan's the guy, that Jordan can be Aaron Rodgers, or else why would we do this? So we'll see. Washington is at New England. Nobody cares. Chicago's at New Orleans. I don't know. Is New Orleans offense what they showed last week or what they showed 2 weeks ago? I don't know. My team's depressing.
It's your team, dude.
They're depressing.
You don't care about your team?
I mean, I care, but they're just depressing. Seattle's at Baltimore. You guys remember 2 weeks ago when Lamar Jackson popped off and looked like an absolute monster in a 38-6 beatdown of the Lions? Well, he came out last week and they almost found a way to screw the pooch against the Arizona Cardinals in that one. Lamar ended up throwing for 57 yards in that game. 1 touchdown, no picks. And he ended up rushing for 17. Lamar had a 1 week coming back party, and then he disappeared against Arizona, against not Josh Dobbs. No, it wasn't good. Wait, did Josh Dobbs play that game? I don't even remember. That game was so terrible. Yeah, it was Josh Dobbs. 25 of 37 for 208, 2 TDs, and a pair of picks to go with it. So that's Ravens hosting Seattle. Gino, how about the Seattle Seahawks 5-2 on top in the NFC West? Just like we all predicted.
Well, as far as the record goes, it's not a surprise after last year. They were pretty good last year.
Gino's no joke, man. By the way, Devin Witherspoon, their first round draft pick out of Illinois. Dude can go. Tampa is at Houston in your final 1 o'clock game. Tampa's got to win this game. They got to win this game, right? They've got to. It's more of a I hate to say this, but team morale thing. But I told you, preseason, they do not have a head coach capable of winning. They just don't. I'm sorry. Wonderful defensive coordinator. He's the Josh McDaniels of the defense. Wonderful coordinator. Really good defense under him. But the problem is twofold. You make him a head coach, which is outside of his realm of expertise. He is not head coach material, Todd Bowles. But here's the problem. The problem is in making him your head coach, you also take him off the board as a defensive coordinator. You also take his mind away from being dialed in on making the defense as good as it can be. And so not only does your team suffer offensively because you've got a defensive coordinator who is not a head coach at the head coach spot, but your defense gets worse. That's where Tampa is right now. They're in trouble. They're in trouble. Indianapolis at Carolina at 4:05 on CBS. I'm not as confident in a Carolina win in this one as I was in the Houston game because I think, and I think this would have been true about Anthony Richardson as well. So this is not a shot, although Zoe's going to take it that way. The more tape there is on CJ Stroud, the more he's going to lose games. The more teams learn the tendencies at the NFL level, like Carolina did, the more games he's going to have, like he did at Carolina. This is why I have said CJ Stroud was playing at his roof and Bryce was playing at his floor. And they went up head to head. Carolina had enough tape on CJ Stroud to make him look fine. He looked fine. He looked fine for a rookie quarterback. Whereas whereas Bryce Young is getting better week by week, statistically and on the field.
So there's no tape on Bryce Young?
There is tape on Bryce Young. But Bryce Young is not
no
beating.
good tape on Bryce.
No. Bryce Young is not beating you by being physical. CJ Stroud is. That was the point from the beginning.
I don't know what that has to do with tape, but okay.
Because if you can learn the physical tendencies of a guy, you can learn that if this guy's not available, then he's going to roll right, or that guy's not available, he's going to auto go left with the legs. Then you can start scheming against that.
All right. The Panthers won because the defense showed up last week. That's why they won. And if the defense shows up this week, they got a chance. If they play like they've been playing a good portion of the season, they're going to lose.
Jonathan Taylor is the key to this game.
Well, because you're not going to go score for score with Indy. You're just not. They can't. They're not capable of doing that yet.
They are capable because Indianapolis has the worst defense in the NFL.
I don't know. Carolina's pretty bad sometimes. Again, they played pretty well last week. We'll see what they do this week.
Indianapolis giving up almost 30 points per game. They gave up over 500 yards of offense to the Saints. We ain't exactly a group of Pro Bowlers.
These couple games are going to give Rob Brown and his ilk fuel to say, see, they're on their way back and all this kind of stuff. Then they'll play some real defenses again, and it'll be like, oh, he's taking a step back, but he's looked really good. It's going to be okay, even though he just went back to what he really is.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Which would be for me to leave the room right now, which I can't.
No,
do
no, I don't.
not for 25 more minutes.
What I want is when we get to the end of the season for you to have to go, damn, Rob, you were right. You know ball.
Well, I wouldn't say it that way, and I definitely wouldn't say you know ball.
Darn it, Rob, you know ball.
You've told me, and I don't even say that, but I mean, that's have you heard me? I mean, that's just not how I talk. I'd say, dude, you were right.
You know ball.
I'd say, dude, you're right. I'm not going to say you know ball because you've said that enough times. When you say it, that means no one else does. And I just, the arrogance is just dripping off of that sweet looking hat.
Because I know ball. New York at Las Vegas. That'll be great. What a showdown, y'all. There is a showdown, however, in the NFC East as our nightcap on a Sunday nighter. On a Sunday afternooner. Dallas is at Philly. Dallas at Philly at 425. Yes, please. Because Dallas's defense is also very good. Philadelphia's defense is pretty good. Philadelphia's offense has come alive lately. Dallas's offense, Dak looked like a real quarterback last week. No, it was probably a short spurt. Not exactly what I expect out of Dak Prescott for the rest of the year.
It's all mirrors and magic. It's not real.
If Dak puts back-to-back games together, this game feels like a toss-up to me.
Right now, I think Philly has the best record in football, and this is definitely a true test. If Dallas is going to be competitive at all and do something in the playoffs, they have to beat Philly.
Listen, they have the best record in football at 7-1. You know how many more games the Cowboys have lost than Philly? One. They have lost one more game. With a more difficult schedule, they have lost one more game than the Philadelphia Eagles. Listen, I can't stand the Dallas Cowboys. They're the only team that I dislike as much as the Atlanta Falcons. But I'm going to tell you right now, this team has kind of figured it out just a little bit. If Dak puts another 2 or 3 touchdown day on the board, Dallas can win this game. This, to me, is a pick'em game. I'm not touching it on the betting line.
I hope the boss is wearing his Cowboy shirt today.
I think he'll say the same thing, right? And then Monday night, we've got the Chargers and the Jets.
Wow. Can't wait for that.
Highlight game.
We've got to do something about being able to flex.
Seriously. Honestly.
Because, I mean, you can't move the Kansas City and Miami game to that, but you could move Philly and Dallas to that game.
All right, when we come back here in just a minute, we'll wrap up the show with a Palmetto preview. Take a look at South Carolina v. Jacksonville State. Take a look at Clemson v. Notre Dame, and we'll call it a week. Rob, Lonzo, you, the Rob Brown Show. This is the Fan Upstate.
The way you said Notre Dame sounds like something else. Think about it. Yeah, it is a great day for NFL football, Joe, for sure. I wonder what Rob would do after the tirade that he threw earlier if for some reason the water stopped working in the building. After he went to the what would he do? I mean, we do have some of this, but is that the same thing? Were you out there kickstarting your hollies and jollies? You are wearing green.
I'm both holly and jolly.
Hey, you and I together are Christmas colors today.
Sure are. I guess that means I got to put up a tree today.
You know, there are people out there who believe that it's evil if you use colored lights, and on their Christmas tree, they will only use clear lights.
Yes, but you know what I did last year? I bought LED lights that hook up to an app on my phone. I can make them anything I want. Any color. I can make them all white.
Oh, how expensive were the LEDs?
It was like, to cover the whole tree, it was like $80.
Okay.
But they're LED, so they're like.
I got a pre-lit tree, so
Yeah.
I don't need that. But you know, and I can't annoy neighbors because
We like it. We like them because, like, we go. Like last year, the tree was gold and white, so we had white lights the whole time. They just matched. Year before that, we did like an over the top, like super 80s bright color tree, and I was able to make them all neon, which was great. This year, it is subdued blues and golds and whites. So the lights will be like baby blue and white alternating.
subdued. Is that's kind of an artistic way of, I suppose.
No, like a soft.
Okay. I was going to say I don't know if I could look at something and go that's subdued. Now hearing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer in my head saying some dude, but it comes out subdued.
The commercial you're listening to is literally just playing Jingle Bells.
Okay. Wow. It is amazing how everything Christmas showed up on November 1st.
Everything.
TV, radio, everywhere.
Not even. What store we're in? I'm not going to say it. There was a store we were in a week and a half ago.
Well, Hobby Lobby's
that
had
Christmas stuff up.
Hobby Lobby's had Christmas stuff out for a while.
Sure,
So,
but like that's a Christmas decoration store.
well,
I get it. I'm
no,
telling you,
it's-
this place
it's not.
was decorated for and playing Christmas music. It was not even Halloween. I'm tempted with stores like that on Halloween to go in a full Halloween costume.
You stand up for your holiday, man. Or now you should just go in a turkey costume.
Yeah, Joey B, I'm going to tell you right now, Sunday, I may not leave the couch. I may sleep on the couch Sunday night so I can just wake up already on the couch. Saturday night.
Saturday night. Yeah. So, you know, all the days are the same when you get up as early as we do now.
Ugh.
I haven't been napping at all lately, though.
I have.
Well, you need to today for sure.
Uh-huh. The Rob Brown Show, final segment for the week starts right now. Let's take a quick look at the local game. South Carolina taking on Jacksonville State. Clemson taking on Notre Dame. Look, Notre Dame's a 3-point favorite. Not only am I in, I've got two different bets on this game. I've got one on the straight spread, Notre Dame -3. It is a push game available. All right. It's an even 3 right now. So I went ahead and jumped on Notre Dame -3. I also took out an alternate line of Notre Dame -6.5, a touchdown win. And I'm pretty comfortable with that, to be honest with you. Here's the thing. We can sit here and we can talk about here are the things Clemson needs to do to win this game. But here's the reality. It's been the same thing week after week. The problem is the things that Clemson needs to do to win this game are the same things they needed to do against NC State to win that game, right? Don't turn the damn football over. Keep the football in your hands. But they just keep doing it. Couple of picks here, couple of fumbles there. They did it against Wake Forest, kept that game closer than it needed to be. They did it last week against NC State. It cost them that game. They did it against Florida State. It cost them that game. They did it against Miami. It cost them that game. Don't turn the ball over. The problem is on the other side, Notre Dame will turn the ball over. They absolutely will turn the ball over. They will give you extra opportunities, but you have to take them. It's got to be wildly physical. There is a world that Clemson wins this game because the turnovers are at an even 0 with both teams turning it over twice or 3 times. That world exists. And I would not be shocked if that's the world we live in come Saturday late afternoon when that game goes final. This game to me is a game that is going to be won by the team that wins the turnover battle. If you are -2 in the turnover battle, you're going to lose a game. If you're +2, you're going to win it. It's real simple. So don't turn the ball over, A. B, I know he's got a fumble or 2 here and there, but you got to do a better job of opening lanes for Phil Maffa. Got to do a better job of opening lanes. I'll give you one more. And this is what I saw in the Miami game that I did not expect. You know why Miami won that game over Clemson? It was not just the turnovers. It was because Miami did an excellent job at getting off the offensive line and opening holes to run through Clemson's defense. I need Clemson's defense to be disruptive across the line. I need them to be disruptive. I need them to attack. I need them to close holes. Do not let Notre Dame get comfortable running the football. If Notre Dame gets comfortable running the football, it's going to be a long day. Long day for Clemson. I go back to that win over Pitt last weekend. 58-7 was your final. It's not a good Pitt team. But Audric Estime for Notre Dame, 19 carries, 114 yards, 3 touchdowns. Jadarian Price, 6 carries, 35 yards, and a touchdown. They had 155 rushing yards on top of Sam Hartman's 380 through the air. The only look at this. Notre Dame put up 58 against Pitt. That's a Narduzzi team. That's a defensive head coach. Pitt's defense is not bad. It's their offense that struggles. 53 rushing yards, 202 passing yards, and 4 picks. Notre Dame turned the ball over twice. Sam Hartman threw 2 picks to Pitt. He will turn the ball over in this game, but you've got to take advantage of it. It's like this is a game that Clemson, I don't think, needs to do anything special. They've got to live up to the talent that's on the roster. And frankly, nothing else. Nothing else. Don't turn the ball over. Be disruptive defensively on the line of scrimmage. Do not let Estime get into a flow, because if he gets into a flow that you've got to start throwing extra guys to contain him, then Sam Hartman shows up. Not the other way around. Notre Dame's a team that is going to try to dink and dive you at the line of scrimmage to get extra guys up to open the field up for Sam Hartman. And if they can get into that flow, you're in a world of hurt. I think you already are. I think this is going to be a comfortable Notre Dame win. But if you want it not to be, if you want to at least give yourself a shot to win this game, you have got to open up holes for Phil Maffa. You've got to let him run a power game. You have got to be disruptive on the defensive line of scrimmage. Do not let Estime get into a rhythm. Do not let Estime get comfortable running across the line, because if you do, he is going to open the field up for Hartman, and that is where Sam Hartman, who, by the way, is still on the board. He won't win it, but is still on the board as a Heisman contender. You start having to stack an extra backer into the box to prevent Estime from gutting you, Sam Hartman's going to cut you loose. Over on the flip side, the Gamecocks taking on the Gamecocks this weekend as Jacksonville State comes to town. First time these two teams have ever gotten together. South Carolina 2-6, Jacksonville State is 7-2. The only 2 losses that Jacksonville State has are to undefeated Liberty and Coastal Carolina. 2 pretty good teams. They are good enough. They are moving from FCS to FBS moving forward. They're going to throw 2 different quarterbacks at you. They are going to throw Zion Webb. They're going to throw Logan Smothers, which is a good defensive lineman name. Not a great quarterback name. But they are ranked 2nd and 3rd on their team in rushing yards, respectively. Their passing stats are very similar as well.
You would also be a good Waffle House cook.
That's a great call. That is a wonderful call. Some smothered, covered, and chunked hash browns. That's the way to go, man. The way to go. These 2 guys can throw the ball. They are not an excellent passing team, but they are a team with a pair of mobile quarterbacks. And let's be real. South Carolina struggled against mobile quarterbacks. Drake May got you in week 1. Brady Cook for Mizzou got you, right? If a quarterback gets out of the pocket, South Carolina's going to be in trouble. Here's the good news for the Gamecocks. The other Gamecocks don't have a star wide receiver. They don't. They got a couple of good players, no real good talent on the outside, which means that for the most part, if you can play man coverage outside, or if you can play a light zone, if you can play some cover 1, you can send extra guys or keep a spy in. Hey, Stone, your only job is make sure their quarterback does not get yardage running the football. You take that away from them, you should be fine. The problem is they also have a really good set of strong running backs. They have 3 players that have rushed for over 200 yards. There are 700 yards of offense combined on the ground across their front 3 guys, and they rotate in and out. Malik Jackson has 615 yards as RB1 in 8 appearances and 4 rushing touchdowns. There are 5 players on this team that have at least 4 rushing touchdowns. You better defend that line. You better not let the quarterbacks get outside and get comfortable. You better not let them establish a run. Establishing a run is how Jacksonville State opens up the pass game. You better be stalwart. You better be bulls on the line of scrimmage, offensively and defensively. You do that, you're going to be in a good spot. You don't do it, you might be looking like the 21 Florida State Seminoles, whose program got pretty much lit on fire because they lost at home too. the Jacksonville State Gamecocks.
And now the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
All right, time to ask what the X is going on,
Bro.
and Rob will let us know, yo. The first thing that's Xing is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Really? Do not know why it is Xing.
All right, currently, several different sources have shown this. There's green ooze coming up out of the ground in New York near the World Trade Center. You can look up the pictures. I don't know. I doubt it's a movie set because movies aren't going on right now. So anyway, this just started trending like 10 minutes ago.
I found out yesterday. So I've got the new smart TV, and one of the things that it does, like it or not, is that it gives me suggestions. It's like, maybe you might enjoy watching this.
Did you find the picture?
No, I'm looking for it right now. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like neon glowing.
Yeah,
green.
yeah.
That's incredible.
So someone tweeted that the turtles
It's like caution roped off and everything.
that the turtles have just elected a new pope, which I thought was hilarious.
Okay,
But
so community notes on Twitter. This is water full of green dye. Plumbers frequently use harmless fluorescent green dye to detect leaks in plumbing and sewage systems. So, according to those who are keeping track of the situation, this is dye that they are using in order to see if and where, and clearly there are, any leaks in the New York City plumbing right now.
Yeah.
But you say Ninja Turtles, you know where, when I saw that picture, the first thought my head went to?
Ghostbusters, man. Ghostbusters.
100%.
It's in New York
100%.
without a doubt. This, that's exactly what the suits would say. Oh, well, it's the plumbers that are releasing water. That's yeah. They're ghosts or turtles or something.
Let's go with that.
Or you know what? It's the lizard people.
For the record, that is
it's
more
time.
fun.
It's lizard people. It's time. All right. The next thing it's Xing is daylight saving time.
Which is Saturday night?
Yes.
And we are what? We're falling back.
Which means we get an hour.
So we get an extra hour of sleep. But of course, it's going to be on Saturday night, not Sunday night when I need it. We'll just go to bed earlier, Rob. I what if I could?
Well, it is going to mess us up Monday, more than likely.
Tell you what the biggest problem for me is I keep putting bets on the primetime games, and then I'm like,
well, dude, stop doing that.
I would, but I'm winning.
Okay.
I'm killing it.
All right.
I had a 4-leg parlay last night. I texted it to Keegan. I had a 4-leg parlay last night that came down to a Will Levis pick, and he threw it on the last play of the game. Let's go. If I'd have gone to sleep, I'd have missed that moment. And instead, I got to see that moment.
If you woke up the next day, you would have saw, hey, I won. I mean,
Yeah, but it's not the same. It's not the same. Instead of missing that moment, I got to fall asleep to that moment. And by fall asleep, I mean have so much adrenaline pumping that I'm like texting the boys, bam, got another one, and then staying awake for another
when you
hour
could have
because
did
I was
that
excited.
today, and it would have helped you wake up.
It's not the same. It's like watching a sports game on the DVR.
Burns tonight.
Burns tonight, kickoff at 7, pregame at 7, kickoff at 7:30. I'll be on the call as Burns hosts Dorman in the round 1 playoffs. Y'all have a lovely weekend. Don't drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face. We'll see you back here Monday on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Later. Yeah! The ooze, man. It's incredible. But it's not ooze.
It looks wild, though, doesn't it?
It does.
It's like, why are they trending? Oh,
it's genuinely
okay.
bright green.
Yeah, it's
awesome.
My first thought was movie set, and then I started thinking, no, they can't be right now because the actors are still on strike. So, and I don't think the lizard people would come out of the sewers with such fanfare, but maybe they would.
All right, dudes and dudettes.
Someone needs to put the video of that lady pointing at the. They got to do that.
That lady. I was like, what lady? Oh, got it. Oh, my goodness.
Instead, she's like, I told you. Yeah.
All right. I got to go because I got to get ready for Burns. Y'all have a lovely day. Thanks so much for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the show. Tell your friends about us. I'll be tweeting a lot this weekend because football. Have a good weekend. Goodbye.
I mean, you're not going to be tweeting about the basketball tournament.
Oh, yeah, I am.